2019. Okay, no problem. Suppose it's good to be recorded. This study was completed in 2019, and it looked to analyze 10 different county roads that provided access into the wilderness. Those are 10 county roads that needed various states of repair, various lengths. Coffee Creek is one of those roads, which provides, of course, as we know, quite a bit of recreational access to the wilderness in that area. And this particular portion of this overall study equated to something like $31 million to improve roughly 19 miles of the road. A lot of paving, a lot of creek work, a lot of shoulder improvements. And this proposal as a package went to the Federal Lands Access Program grant opportunity that was just under review recently. Unfortunately, it did not rank as highly as we hoped, in part perhaps because of an active transportation plan component that was not fully completed or fully realized, I suppose, in the proposals that we have in front of us. I continually are going to be pointing to a binder that I have that has a synopsis of all of those roads, all 10 roads, with all the proposed projects, all the field studies that were conducted, all the conversations that occurred between, again, the Central Federal Lands, the Forest Service, and Trinity County. This went through a scoping process, just for what it's worth, in order to put these ideas out to the public, to focus on areas of particular interest to the public. And again, Coffee Creek is a component of that project. To highlight, at least in terms of this funding proposal, Leslie Boak, Regional Transportation Engineer, and Peter Cates, Acting Forest Engineer and Facilities Engineer, were the lead contacts on the side of the Forest Service. This, I feel, should have been much more of a component in the description in our application that you have in front of you. So again, I'm happy to provide this as we're able. For this particular grant opportunity, we chose to focus just on one small section of the road. And that is what I'm here in front of you today with a fairly big price tag. And I realize that, and I'm happy to discuss it. Understand that when we selected this particular project, it was done for a couple reasons. One is that we felt that the environmental compliance component of this particular project would be more limited than perhaps other components that we wouldn't be getting into any creeks, we wouldn't be removing any timber, we would just be focusing on a section of road that is essentially a bedrock slope for the most part, and one that has proven to be problematic for the Trinity County Department of Transportation in terms of road maintenance over a number of years. The picture I have in front of you, which I again did not actually make it into the application, is one where the road, a 2-lane road, the outboard side, the fill side of the road is actually failing, reducing it down to one road, which it gets us again to why choose this particular section. One answer would be for forest fire vehicle access, or just general access for emergency response. If this is a bottleneck of any sort, it's one where we can improve it to attempt to take one piece of 19 miles and try to address one particular bottleneck for the sake of emergency response, in particular related to the recent fire events with the river complex. Beyond that, of course, is also the idea of recreational traffic, being able to get past this particular section. It's on a grade incline, which necking down to an incline is not ideal for those that are wishing to haul trailers in, horses or otherwise. But generally speaking, the idea of this proposal is one for vehicular access, two-wheel drive vehicular access to the wilderness area. So with that idea, why is the expense so high? It's one where we're not exactly sure how to get this problem solved. And with any geotechnical engineering or surveying that would be required in depth, the solution for actual construction could vary. It could be anything from a gabion basket type construction that would be much more limited in disturbance. It could be a welded wire wall where we would have to potentially disturb more of the existing roadbed and potentially get into more native soils or native rock. We're not exactly sure. That's what we're hoping to get out of any geotechnical analysis. Another potential is pile driving, which again would be additionally expensive given the constraints of the road and the limitations of the equipment to do that. Yet it would create a very solid base that would assure that that particular outboard section of the road would remain in place. There's also a component of potentially preventing rockfall in that particular section using or using mesh or nets. I'm losing the term at the moment, but the idea is to tack something up to the slope to prevent rocks from landing on that particular section and increasing vehicle safety. So that is one component of why this budget build out is fairly large. And this is, I'm learning, the largest application in front of you today. So a component two, I believe, of a question you asked, is this scalable? To a degree, yes, it is. I mean, in large part, I wouldn't say that we don't need all 250,000, but if we get in and find that the road bed situation is one where a gabion basket, the easiest solution in front of us, is feasible and justifiable, then that cost could go down. It's one where we're not certain. And I think you alluded to that a moment ago, or at least somebody spoke to the idea that we're not certain exactly what we're going to be getting into if we're allowed to open up this particular section. So we built in something of a buffer there, I think is what I'm trying to say. So in that regard.
Just a second, I think, do you have a question, Forenza?
You just said 250,000. The amount you're asking is 195.
But I think what he's doing,
Oh,
the total cost is 248.
I'm not on the actual.
Yeah.
Column C also.
Column, yeah, it's
Okay,
the
thank you.
lower right-hand corner. Yeah,
You made me nervous for a second. I rounded up to 250.
Sorry to disrupt your train of thought.
Well, to be honest, I think I had covered the bases that I initially wished to cover.
Okay, so. see
And I
if we got-
believe I didn't go in order.
That's
but
okay.
Okay, I believe I covered at least what was addressed to me in the email that I received.
So questions from the RAC members? Carol?
So what I was wondering is whether or not it would be worthwhile, since you don't know exactly what you're going to be doing, if this first round, you just do the field work, project design, potentially the NEPA, and then see what you really want to be doing, and then come back, since we have funding for future years, for the actual implementation.
I would be amenable to that, absolutely. And especially understanding that a number of good organizations in this community have submitted applications to you. And this is a little bit of a side, but please indulge me, was I not knowing exactly how many people are going to apply. We put something together that we felt we had a chance to get. But understanding that, I believe you have potentially $6 million more, or sorry, $600,000 more than you're able to spend at this moment. Then yes, again, I'm happy to make this a scalable project. And that is I value that consideration of doing just an initial study, essentially, both for environmental as well as geotechnical and design.
Glenn?
So you talked about I think you talked about 3 different possible fixes. And could you talk a little bit about your thinking process? Is it just money that makes you decide that? I imagine that pilot driving is going to be relatively permanent. Do you know?
I hear in part of your question the sense of the longevity or what you're getting for your money. If you're going to be buying something that is, say, not your preferred choice. I'm not an engineer, and so I won't speak to the idea of how to assess the longevity of any one of those particular fixes. But in talking to engineers in my office with the local Department of Transportation, gabion baskets could be a suitable fix. In terms of how long that would last in comparison, I'm not exactly sure. But I do know in terms of the ability to construct, gabions are much easier. In terms of the ground disturbance, it's much simpler. Yet I would also argue that welded wire walls could be a much better fixed, only because they tie back into the hill slope much more. There's a tail end to welded wires. If I could draw it, if possible, excuse me. But the notion is you may be getting into bedrock where you're having to chip out more bedrock than you really want to, which can add to cost, add to equipment use and everything else. So I don't know the solution. And I did speak in terms of one being better than the other, but it really needs to match the location and those cost benefit analyses.
Bob, and then Randy.
I'm just curious. I haven't been up Canyon Creek Road in a year or so. Is it still that one-way stop at the bottom? 1 lane, 2 stop signs?
I believe you're thinking of Canyon Creek?
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Coffee Creek?
Yeah, I meant Canyon Creek. yes.
Canyon Creek? It is, yes.
So I'm just curious in your scoping how that ranked because it accesses probably the busiest trailhead in the Alps. Plus, there's lots of private residences as well and lots of fire threat there. So how did that rank?
True, that is fair. And we did not go through, say, a robust ranking process in this, in part because of the FLAP, the Federal Lands Access Program grant opportunity that was more geared toward fixing a lot of those other roads, the other 10 roads. And Canyon Creek, you're very correct in mentioning that in terms of recreational use, it is very high. There are also other funding sources that I'm currently working on in terms of 2017 storm damage specifically, which I believe that one is a component of that particular event. And I'm speaking of Cal OES and FEMA funding. Again, with this Federal Highway Administration, I have a call tomorrow about that in terms of trying to advance, I believe, that particular fix on Canyon Creek Road at those stop signs. This study here would have taken that into account. But it would have also assessed everything basically from the intersection more or less all the way up to the trailhead. I will point out that that particular fix is one that would far exceed this grant request.
Thanks.
So Randy, then Amelia.
I got a couple of questions. One, what is the plan? Are you shooting for a 2-lane road through here?
Yes,
Well, half a Coffee Creek to get there is a 1-lane road. I mean, this is, and the other problem I have, because I've climbed over that hillside, you're saying that there has been no study done, nobody's gone out there and looked at this hillside? Because Battle Creek, which is what you cross before you get to this, that's sliding for a mile, mile and a half up that hill. That whole thing is destabilized. And you're gonna cut into this, make it a 2-lane road that's already sliding? I mean, it just, I'm, and the other thing is you can't do maintenance on Coffee Creek Road basically to begin with. How are you going to maintain this if you do it?
I appreciate those questions. And if there's anybody in this room that knows Coffee Creek Road, I'm assuming it's you. I thank you for the conversations we've had recently regarding the debris slides and the fires themselves. No, you're very right, but I do want to highlight something I pointed out earlier. In particular sections of this road, is it a problem? Absolutely. That's why this study looked at 19 miles of the road in terms of, wow, there needs to be a lot of fixes here. Does the logic of working on this particular section, the linear footage of road, make sense compared to everything else? Well, part of our logic, again, was what we felt we could attack at this moment. And that is one that would be acknowledging the NEPA and CEQA environmental constraints with other permitters that would have jurisdiction over a number of sections of road that cross any sort of waterway of any type. So while keeping that in mind, this particular section we felt did not have that much of a constraint in terms of that component or that cost. I very much welcome the idea of, is this worth it or not? Is this really the place, the spot that you want to do? And that is something that I'm trying to build an argument for, but would understand if you disagreed. In terms of maintenance, you're right again, especially beyond the maintained miles for winter. There's a number of sections of that road that are problematic. You do have another proposal in front of you, at least in terms of the short term, that would help allow us to conduct some necessary maintenance on the road. I believe that might be the next proposal in front of you. So that's of incredible value to us. Will our crews always be able to get out and to maintain better? That's not really what we're discussing here, but I sympathize with, in that road in particular, that comment.
Okay. Amelia.
So if we were able to siphon this out into just a planning grant, what would you need to complete the planning on this project?
Well, I came up with their numbers would be 55,000.
Well, I just want to confirm with the
Okay.
proponent
Is
that
that
that's the
what
value
you
that
think,
they're
David?
thinking about.
Just a moment, please.
Mhm.
Would be greater because there's overhead.
So thank you for running that initially. I would request that it actually be slightly larger. than that in terms of any particular fieldwork site surveys. We can neck that down a little bit, but then if our goal is the overall NEPA and CEQA based off of a design, then the environmental would be included, project engineering and design at 40. There's some grant preparation administration. The materials would be out. So just to visually look at this, I would suggest that perhaps 70,000 in 4 different categories would be one way to scale this back.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great, thanks.
You're saying 70 from the Title II or the total to do this?
I was actually looking at the total funds. There are some limited in-kind funds that would be coming from the Department of Transportation in terms of staff review, administrative costs, and oversight.
But it's the 70 that you mentioned would be what you're asking?
Oh,
the
I
RAC
apologize.
for.
Yes. So again, to do this on the fly. There's your 55. I see what you were thinking.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't include,
Just column B.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. But I did not include administrative costs or indirect costs.
And I don't, again, this is on the fly. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I would suggest 60,000 to include administrative costs, as well as that design, field studies, and environmental compliance. Again, with a portion of those remaining funds for the total project cost coming from in-house support from the Department of Transportation.
Okay. Okay, anybody, any questions from people on the Zoom side of things? Nick, Jeff, or Arnold?
So an alternative proposal inclusive of design and environmental compliance be $60,000 total.
Yes. Well, 60,000 of RAC Title II money.
Right. Yes, understood.
Comments from the Gillette home. Thank you, Nick. Anybody else? Arnold, Jeff? No? Okay. Well, thanks, David. You can hang as long as you want.
Appreciate the opportunity again. Thank you. Thank you for the work. I will stay just principally for this next proposal.
Right. Okay, so our next proposal that I was going to take up is number 18 in the book. Which would make it 27 in the online grouping. And it is the Northwest California Resource Conservation and Development Council. I'll get you the official name here. Storm and hazard response for county roads impacted by wildland fires. So I think Mark Lancaster is, there he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
So I only came to this here a few minutes ago. Do you want me to briefly describe the project or what?
I
What do you
think
want me to do?
I actually think we know what, I think we know what the project is, but that was, I think, one of the questions of the group was they weren't exactly sure what the task deliverables, that sort of thing are. It was a little amorphous maybe.
Okay, so the deliverables would be to basically provide supplemental storm response for the county to maintain the, I believe it's 11 roads that have been impacted by the fires of the past 6 years. So the majority of it is actual storm patrol, storm response. There's a component for design for problem sites that develop as a result of winter. We aren't even in winter yet. So there is a component for those unknown sites that will fail, because they will fail. And then emergency response. Basically, the deliverable is at the end of this, you'll still have roads. And we have a lot of experience with this. In the Carr fire, we watched 7 crossings blow out in the winter immediately following the Carr fire. most of those failures were triggered by bed load and debris sediment coming down to the inlets of the pipes, and then the pipes not being able to be maintained, washing out pretty significant amounts of road. So Trinity DOT has 12 road crew members for 715 miles of road. They're stressed trying to meet their minimum routine requirements. It would be pretty difficult to imagine them being able to be responsive to the kind of events we will see. I don't know if that answers.
I think that, I think that helps. People might have, RAC members might have questions. I think Carol has a question.
So you're talking about retaining a 1 to 3 person part-time road crew. I mean, how's that actually going to work? You're just going to have people, if you need them, they're there. I mean,
No, they'll be working with the road superintendent on scheduling. The road superintendent, they'll be watching the storm tracks, and they'll be mobilized in response to actual events.
no, I mean, are they contracted or? are
They'll be
just-
contracted. No, they would not be county employees.
So they're just going to be standby on contract. If we need you, you're going to show up and deal with this road issue. How's
Yes.
that going to actually work?
So they're going to actually be responding a lot like a fire truck. If there's a storm coming in the northern part of the county and it's predicted to be say a high wet storm, they will pre-position in that location at the time of the storm, and they'll do the patrol at that time. They are response to event contractor, not just patrol contract. So they are going to be limited because when you're racing between Deadwood and Coffee Creek, you're going to have to time your responses, but that's actually not that difficult. What gets difficult is if you do get a big washout in one place, that means you're not going to get to another place, presuming that you're going to have a washout at about the same time. And I mean, just so you know, there've already been 5 diverted culverts on Coffee Creek Road.
Including the ones that burn out.
No, not including the ones that burned out. Those were replaced. I mean, I don't know, there may have been,
They haven't been replaced.
a couple have been replaced.
So, Mark, go ahead, Nick.
So the administration is actually done by the county. Essentially, the county roads department superintendent basically decides where they need people, these contractors when, and then can deploy them sort of flexibly and responsively.
Yeah, as long as it's done reasonably and yeah, utilized to the best advantage. Certainly the road superintendent and I are going to talk, about, we're going to be tracking storms just like we do when we're doing fire projects.
Okay, so
we're going to coordinate that.
So you'll actually have a role in the administration and direction of these crews in coordination with the county.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Bob and then Glenn.
Do these response crews have resources? Do they have equipment, or are they just analyzing what's needed?
No, there's a backhoe, dump truck, snowplow pickup. They're able to go out and basically the lead person would actually go out ahead and have the ability to remove. One of the biggest problems, of course, is trees coming down. I don't know if you've been up Deadwood Road, but every storm, there's trees in the way. So the lead person would have a pickup and a snowplow, rock plow to clear simple stuff. And then the others have a dump truck and a backhoe in response.
So Glenn and then Carol.
So is this the first time a crew like this has been put together, this quick response crews? And if there's any history, how have they worked?
This is the first time that I know of where you're proposing actually someone to do maintenance. Now in the Helena fire, we came in and replaced crossings immediately after the fire in cooperation with the county and the BLM, using our crews to get those that were high probability blowout sites addressed. But yeah, this is the first time I'm aware of proposing to have assistance a rapid response, if you will, for the county.
Oh, so just to interrupt, just for the record, for the note takers and the quorum counters, Sarah has joined us now. Sarah? Carol, I think you were next.
Okay, so it seems like you guys just listed a bunch of the fires, like the Delta fire and stuff. I mean, that's mainly the Trinity Mountain Road and it, when I've driven it, the trees are way, way, way far away from the road now and stuff. So I'm not sure, the Carr fire, the Delta fire, I don't know where the Happy fire is, the Castle fire, are those even really impacting roads in Trinity County?
So none of the roads that the roads we're proposing are the ones that were in the application, which the Carr fire definitely impacted Deadwood Road and
But the Delta fire, I mean, where?
no, the Delta fire didn't, but I was just showing you, it doesn't, so those are not the roads we're targeting, but those are the roads the county has to maintain. And also, we're not targeting those other roads, but the county still has to deal with its road systems in all of those fires.
Because when you list the 80 miles of road impacted by the Helena Carr, Delta Happy Castle, I'm just wondering where those 80 miles are in those fires. So, sorry.
Oh, well, and so let me clarify. It's actually I didn't put this in the application because we originally looked at dealing with all the county roads impacted by fire. There's actually 155 miles of county roads that have had fire burn over them in the last 6 years. But we're only looking at the northern side of the watershed. And part of that is because we think the FEMA road work for the August complex will be implemented this year. I think David can address that.
And do you think FEMA is going to do a lot of work on the Coffee Creek Road? Isn't that part of what the county is requesting now is funds to address that?
So to go back to a point David and Bob were talking about, Canyon Creek Road failed in 2017. FEMA will get to working on it in 2022, maybe 2023. FEMA will come in and they will fund it, but I deal with a lot of counties and there are people still working on the 2007 FEMA programs to this day. So FEMA's a nice funding source and they put out a lot of money, but they're not very quick. And in the meantime, the roads will wash out, as we've seen on the Carr fire and the Helena fire.
So Jeff and then Randy.
Mark, good to see you.
Hey,
Question about the crews. What's the recruitment and retention process look like? And then how does that impact monies received if the crew is the initial crew dissipates, or just that whole retention piece?
So the reason that we didn't just help the county write a grant to add staff to their own is because the county hasn't been able to add staff. They've really struggled. All the counties have really struggled to get any new road crews. But we work with a number of road construction firms, and we've reached out to them, and all of them are interested in providing this. This is actually a kind of a nice off-season gig for them, if you will. They have a lot of equipment, they have a lot of people. And so they see this as kind of a nice opportunity to backfill. Now, having said that, private contractor costs are significantly higher than county costs, but they are rapid response. So when they're working, they're being fully utilized.
I gotcha. And so you might have more than one option of crews.
Yes, we actually, it says 1 to 3, but it will be 1 to 3 located in 2 different areas.
So Randy, then Ross.
To bring up a current case in point, I live on Coffee Creek. I was the first person up Coffee Creek Road after the blowouts. I walked it. I want to know, after watching the county spend numerous days with 2 loaders, a backhoe, dump trucks, and a grader, I want to know exactly what your response to that area would be. I mean, you're saying your immediate response with a backhoe and a dump truck, but the county has already spent a mass amount of time up there doing what you're proposing. And
Well, so let me, I have a place up there too, and I was probably right behind you. Let me be very clear. What you're referring to is a place called Devil's Elbow. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but this Devil's Elbow was a debris torrent slide. That's not routine maintenance.
No, I'm not talking about Devil's Elbow. I'm the one that gave Dave that name. I'm talking about just the DG blowouts starting basically below that, going all the way up through above Coffee Creek Ranch to Hiawatha and on. I mean,
Well, so here's my response to that. The county may be very, very preoccupied on Coffee Creek Road with, say, 6 of their 12 staff. And while they're up there working on that, the response crew may be down on Deadwood Road or on North Fork Road or East Fork Road, doing the maintenance gap or the emergency maintenance. They're not proposing to improve the roads. This is just in response to storm flows to keep these roads open during the peak bed load and debris movement.
So my question is, okay, the county crew is at Deadwood and you're responding to Coffee Creek. Are you capable of dealing with what was on Coffee Creek?
No, I don't believe that we would be capable of dealing with the type of first flush storm flow that you saw in that October storm. But that storm has done the initial bed load movement. So from here on, and again, if you move outside of the DG part, where you have more culverts that are subject to potential plugging from debris and bed load, it's not quite as massive as that 4-mile stretch of, where we are looking at in this 4-mile piece of Coffee Creek Road. We're looking at the most complex activities. You're in decomposed granites, you're in unstable ground. So that's kind of a place that I suspect the county is going to spend an awful lot of time, but it's going to be to the detriment of a lot of other roads. And we don't want to see other roads washed out if they're readily preventable. I mean, we're not saying we're going to stop everything, because we are not. But we would have some benefit where you have storm flows that are going to overtop culverts, or where banks have sloughed into the road ditch and the road ditch is now diverted down the road, which is often a cause of fill failures on the outside edge of the road. Again, it's just a supplemental road maintenance activity, but it's time for storms.
So Ross and then Amelia.
Where are these quick response crews going to be based? Where do they actually live?
Where
do they lay down and sleep at night?
Well, we have a number of prospective contractors. We don't know that yet because we don't have an agreement. There is a contractor out of Willow Creek. There is a contractor out of Weaverville. I am very interested to see if there's there's a contractor out of Callahan, but I don't think that's going to be the likely one. I am interested to see if we can find a contractor out of Weaverville as well.
I'd be interested to see if you can find a place for them to sleep.
And then I think it's looking like Dave Colbeck with the county transportation department has something to say. So Amelia.
Hi, Mark. I hope you're well. We were looking, we asked all proponents across the board as to if it needed to be scaled down to 1 year. And so with the anticipation that this year might produce a bit more than next year, I was just wondering, as far as sediment loads and that with this winter, what it would be your anticipated cost that you would need within the first year of this project?
So the project has two components. It has the maintenance. I think there's like a little under 60,000. I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm thinking it's around there for maintenance. And then there's 22,000 for contingency for things like the unusual devil's elbow or DG. My guess is it's probably going to be like 70-30. The vast majority will be in the next 3 months, to be honest with you. Or
So I have something I need to probably bring up, and Mark, you'd be certainly aware of this. Even if we voted on things today, I can't imagine that you're gonna have an agreement from the Forest Service until spring.
yeah, that is, I actually am aware that that's a very real possibility.
Okay, so, you know, because in my mind, as we started the whole RAC process, I told folks, you know, we're looking at potentially the 2022 field season, you know, kind of as a way for my head to get around, you know, how long it's going to take to get through grants and agreements. But I think that's a reality check for everybody who has applied for money is, you know, it could be a few months. First off, I mean, in another week or so, we're going to get the usual, no, they're not there. They got to use their leave before the end of the year thing, especially with the fire season like we had. So nothing's going to get signed in December, you know. But anyway, I think that's a reality thing that we got to live with. So
Yeah.
Dave.
I just wanted to take a moment. I know you have a lot of other proposals to go
moment.
to. What's that?
Just a
Just a
moment.
moment. So I just want to
Watch the
reiterate
clock.
my support for this proposal. I consider this a great benefit to the County Department of Transportation in order to address upcoming storm events. It's a very good point that the money may not be available until sometime later, but I can guarantee our crews will be having a difficult time to prioritize all the needed sites throughout this winter. So even if these funds are only available toward later winter, early spring, then it may still be suitable that these contractors are available to the county. I will point out very briefly that I think these crews would go to, well, let me back up. The county DOT will go to the greatest need with the equipment that we have available to serve the public and the traveling public. These crews that this proposal is about is one that would allow them to do that while still maintaining the other county roads in order to prevent the possibility of losing roads through the lack of ability to, clean ditches, to clean culverts, to anything, the simple maintenance that we might not be able to get to that will prevent a road from washing out. So it's a question of prioritization of both the crews and the DOT crews and these proposed crews. The last thing is emergency services. We need to be responsive to CHP, to the sheriff, to be able to make sure roads are clear, and these crews would help us do that.
Okay, and a clarification, Mark, for you, because you said you didn't have the application form right before you. The contract line item is 84,000.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It was 84,000 there, 22,000 in field work, 15,000 in project design, contract 3,000, that sort of thing.
Mhm.
And then salaries was 9,000. I'm assuming that's for RC&D council staff time versus contractors.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Oh, Tara.
Yeah, just because this is set up as kind of a CWN, call when needed contract, what if, like we talked about, the funding doesn't show up until spring and then we don't get that storm, we don't get that window? Is there a backup plan to do maybe some backlogged maintenance, or what would happen then?
Well, I did actually anticipate that. And one of the biggest downfalls that happens right now is this hazard tree problem. You get a lot of trees that die, that come down. And so if somehow we got away with, first off, if we got away with not being needed, we won't be used. And that will return the funds to the RAC. But yes, during periods when they're waiting or other things, it is actually envisioned that they'll be removing hazard trees, particularly critical hazard trees, along a lot of these road segments. We're the car fire in 18 and every day there's more trees come. In fact, the longer you go, more trees come down along these road systems.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, if not used, it would not be used.
And another kind of ministerial kind of comment. And usually, I mean, we talk about multi-year or one-year projects and we're thinking funding. But I think another reality is that when you get a grant or a contract or an agreement from the Forest Service, they're usually executed for multiple years. I mean, they're usually good for 3 to 5 years. I don't know what the standard is now. So the funding could extend into out years if it weren't used in the first year. So any other questions, comments for Mark? Mark?
I do have one thing, which is, of course, it's scalable. If there's only 10,000, then there'll be, very limited work, but yes, it would be the inverse of we don't use any of it is we end up using whatever is allocated.
Gotcha. Okay. So for folks in the room, just a reminder that there are snacks over on the table at the side of the room, including gluten-free cookies. In case that's what you're needed. So my thought, any just general comments, thoughts at this point from RAC members? You're gonna move on,
Yeah,
Ross.
I just I don't see where this is gonna happen. I'm a contractor. I've been here for 40 years. I've got 2 men working for me. They're booked up for a year. One of the men is my son. That's, where are they going? We'd hire more people if we could find them. Where are these crews going to come from? They're going to come from out of this county, no doubt. And what kind of response do you get then? Oh, I can't make it over Buckhorn, or I can't make it over Scott Mountain, or it's a problem. There's no housing in this county. There's no place for them to live. Talk to the Forest Service. They try to hire people. There's no place for them to live when they come up here. Have the DOT has employees that drive up from Reading. They would like to have apartments or housing. There's none. So I don't know how in a bigger town, in a bigger city, in another place, that would be a great idea. Up here, I don't know how it's going to work.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, my thought was maybe the next project that we would take up, one will shift away from roads, and one that kind of fit in the same grouping from last week was the West Weaver Community Service District Diversion NEPA project. So this one, Amelia needs to take her RAC hat off and put on her project hat, I think. And
Pat,
yes,
real quick before we go on, I think we need to just be careful of having RAC members make comments without having the proponent respond to them and giving them time.
Okay.
I think that just happened there. I don't know if Mark's got some feedback for Ross, but I just want to make sure we're doing that for the proponents.
thank you. I should have done that.
Oh, I mean, it is the very legitimate issue of why you're looking at having to hire. Spoke to are some are in, well, actually technically, I guess the one in Willow Creek is not in Trinity County. But no, they have the capability and the interest in providing this service. Again, it's not at the rate. If the county were to hire and pay at the contractor rates, they might have success in that. But it is. We have spoken to people who are interested in providing that service.
And I think Ross's comment actually cuts across probably a lot of projects. Any project that would require hiring a new person is going to be more challenging today than it was a couple of years ago. I think everything from housing to just supply and demand for good workers
Absolutely.
is something we got to deal with. So the project would be in the book in the yellow pages, it's 27, but it's actually number 28. And for people on the online version, it's number 12.
I just wanted to add that I don't know what company he's talking about in Willow Creek, but the people that work in Willow Creek may actually live in Trinity County, depending upon which company it is.
Right. Okay, Amelia.
Okay, so starting off with question number one, why was the CSD not shown as a partner or funder? It was a complete oversight. I apologize. For those of you who know me, I'm an extremely busy person, and so that just fell off the plate. So sorry about that one. But yes, we have been talking to them about this project for many years. We've done the initial engineering design, and so I'm coming to get a more developed engineering design. And so this is part of a bigger picture. So we're looking at three different sections here. So part of it is the West Weaver diversion, the initial half a mile of diversion from the creek to what is called a redwood box. And that's where the Weaverville Community Service District has their pipeline that takes the water from the Moonley ditch and then transfers it to the Trinco water treatment plant. So that's section number one, which is what we're applying for here today. Section number two is essentially decommissioning from the redwood box, the Moonley ditch line from the redwood box to the Trinco water treatment plant. And project number three is piping the water from the Trinco water treatment plant, which is the excess that is allocated to the Moonley Ditch Association, piping it from a additional tap that's already on the Weaverville Community Service District's water main to then pipe water to the end users that have water rights in the Moonley Ditch Association. Currently, some of you know that this is a very poorly maintained ditch line as it currently states. The excess water doesn't actually make it to the end users. And so we're looking to decommission the section in a separate project, decommission the section that has had the failures, no longer trapping water on the hillside and stopping the water flow along that, decreasing slides onto 299, decreasing the slides into private landowners' homes, and take that into account. So this is the first part. This is the top section of the project, and that's just to clean up the overall myriad of pipes and make it more sustainable and resilient to wildfire. So this is one of three water sources for the Weaverville Basin. So we have West Weaver, East Weaver, and then there's also the Trinity River plant, which brings water up into Weaverville. My belief is having a resilient network of water is very valid and key for Trinity County. If we have issues with trees and wildfires and it impacts one of our treatment plants or impacts one of our diversions, we need to have some resiliency and not limit ourselves. So with that, we're looking to, this proposal is to do the engineering and the permitting to essentially turn this myriad of pipeline that's PVC, other just open lines, open ditch lines. So you just have a muddy ditch, and also through some old mining pipeline to all become one consistent pipe. And we need to do the research to say what's the right thing to put here. There's been a couple different options proposed by different engineers. Some want to put a whole road in, some want to drive a metal pipe through rock. And so we really need to look at what is the best suitable option here. So looking at this, why do we want to do it? We want to look at how we can keep more water in the creek. And one of the ways that we can do that is by making our systems more sustainable so that we're hopefully not taking in more water. And so one of the reasons that we're looking to do this is to close our pipeline, close our network here and eliminate our loss. Now, all the riparian corridor that may have been created by this ditch line in the past, it's a non-native riparian corridor. And I have support from local botanists that it does not need to be protected because it's a non-native area. So that's what we'd be looking at. Let me see if I have any additional questions here. Who are the beneficiaries? So we have all the citizens of Weaverville who use the community service district would be beneficiaries because they would this would provide more resilient communities, a more resilient water source with the community service district. Because not only within this piping are we looking at the engineering, we're also looking at wildfire impacts. So the preferred alternative would have diminished impacts from wildfire for the continuation of water. We're also looking at, so the Moonlee Ditch Association is one of the water right holders. They would be a beneficiary of this project, and then the community service district.
Okay, so questions for Amelia? Arnold,
You're muted.
you're muted, Arnold.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Amelia, it would help me think about this project if I knew how much water is now diverted and how much reaches the people who have rights to it. So that I know,
reaches.
Sorry.
Zero water reaches the people that have rights to it. No CFS, nothing, not a drop at this point in time.
The CST has rights and they get water from it. I want to know how much water do they get and how much water they divert.
Okay.
And that would help me understand the potential benefit of the project. And those are knowable numbers. They're required by law to measure how much they divert. Unless they're totally incompetent managers, they know what they receive. And so that until I know that kind of stuff, it's kind of hard to judge the relative merits.
So as I didn't have that question before, I'm not prepared to answer it at this point in time. However, I do know that their allocation, I believe, is my estimation off the top of my head, I believe it's between 2.5 or 3 CFS, which is the cubic feet per second that they're allowed to take off that diversion. I know that we've done some measurements in the overflow, which is what they need to build up the head in order for it to go through their pipeline. And at some points that last year we measured was at 0.4 CFS. And again, that's just a 1 point in time. So that's not a good characteristic, but if you have 0.4 CFS that's going through every day that's being wasted, we can save so much water by working on enclosing this system. Also, it would be a pressure regulated system and a closed capping system on the Moonlee Ditch Association sign that would also be looking at discussing forbearance agreements while also looking at nightly timed.
Forbearance agreements?
So a forbearance agreement is essentially that they would store water in the winter to use it in the summer, or just look at just topping off their tanks throughout the summer and filling them in the winter so that they're not completely filling them. The cemetery is a member of the community service or of the Moonlee Ditch Association, and with their water use to maintain the grasses and green within the cemetery would be a benefit from this project, part of this project, the bigger part.
So Carol, then Randy, then
So-
I think.
I guess I'm confused. So the cemetery and the Young Family Ranch are at the end of the ditch and they do get water from the ditch. So why would they be?
There's
zero?
no water currently running on the ditch line.
But it has in the past pretty regularly, I know. I mean.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, Kelly.
I have some historical context for this. To answer your question, Carol, the Moonlee Ditch Association is the only organization that, or folks that basically have water rights on ditch water besides the CSD. And they are all at the end of that line. The Moonlee Ditch Association has not received water on the ditch line because of failures along the upper portion of the ditch, just downstream from the redwood box that Amelia was talking about. for many years. They haven't probably had water in that ditch for probably at least 4 or 5 years now. So much so that all the non-native, I guess you could say, riparian zone, the alders that grew up along that ditch line, especially down in the area where it's a little more densely vegetated near the Morris property, have died entirely. So the ditch users are not currently getting water. And so the main, I think, goal of this particular project is there was, when I was first dealing with this project, Wes Scribner was still the district manager for the CSD, and he had said that they have to maintain a head that Amelia alluded to earlier, meaning water flows over their intake line at a rate of something like 100 gallons per minute all year round, which totals out to about 52 million gallons a year that are being diverted away from the creek. And the current district manager, Tim Casper, who works at the CSD, has told me that he estimates that probably 60% of that water does not get back down into the actual watershed because of the location of where that water is dumping out of that ditch into the hillside on the north side of Highway 299. So the primary, as Amelia said, would be to try to close up the system, keep all the additional water that's not really being utilized by anybody, CSD or the Moonley Ditch Association, from going and just basically spilling into the hillside. And that's the primary purpose of this particular ask.
Carol
Okay, well,
had.
yeah, I mean,
finished her-
thanks for that clarification, because when I worked at the Young Family Ranch, there was water in the ditch every, it's dry up in the summer, but, a lot of the times, the rest of the year, they had water in it. So, okay, thanks for that. I had 2 other questions we talked about last time. One is, why wasn't the CSD contributing funding? And it may be that they are under column C, other contributions, but we were trying to clarify how, why isn't the CSD paying for a chunk of this? Or are they? I mean, is it in there in column C?
They're willing to pay their people to install, basically any of the hardware that would be required to close their system.
So what, the column C, other contributions, because it's not in the text, where are those other contributions coming from? Not the CSD?
No, not the CSD. Additional funding would be collected as match for this. It hasn't been.
Okay. Well, I'm just a little concerned that the CSD isn't coughing up some money. And then the other question we had asked last week was the NEPA. Is there a NEPA done for this, or?
Well, this is
need
for
NEPA?
doing NEPA.
It's for doing NEPA. Never mind.
So Forenza had a question, but first there's a comment in the chat.
Can I answer something really quick?
Sure.
So why isn't the CSD interested? They're fine with it as it is. They're not having any issues with permitting or any allegations to this waste of water as to why it's a problem. There's no reason for them to change. They are happy with it as it is. And I'm looking to try and make it better than what it is.
Go ahead,
That being-
Randy and Forenza.
That being said, I'm sorry, Pat, if you don't mind. That being said, both Wes Scribner and Tim Casper have also told me specifically that they're all about trying to save water.
Okay,
As
so
long as it doesn't,
Doesn't
we're
cost
just
them
trying to
any
help them get to that place.
okay, so I have a comment in the chat from Mark Lancaster. It says there's another aspect to this project. In 2008, several landslides east of Trinkle Lane may have occurred, and as a result of ditch flow. So then Randy and then Forenza.
I take care of a water system, so I'm kind of familiar with some of this. I deal with the state. I'd like to know what the water rights usage is, how many acre feet are allowed. And I'd like to know how much is actually being utilized through community services or whatever. I mean, I'd like to know what the gap is, because if they're pulling more water than they're actually allowed, or, I mean, how much surplus water will there be if this is cleaned up? I mean, this would be water that would be going down West Weaver.
And I think that's similar to an earlier pair of questions about from Arnold. Right. Forenza.
So in the ditch, oh, sorry. So after it gets past the CSD plant, who's actually supposed to be responsible for maintaining the ditch?
The Moonley Ditch Association.
And how are they willing to put monies towards?
They
maintaining
recently, basically between the Moonley Ditch Association and the Young Family Ranch Board of Directors, they contributed $8,000 to do maintenance on the ditch line, which is now completed. Actually, we actually did that work last month. The ditch is capable of holding water in it and have it flow without it having any issues going over. And the cemetery itself, as Amelia mentioned, are also part of that association, and they put a little over $5,000 into getting a T put into the 8-inch main at the Trinco water plant, so that they can put water directly into the ditch line at that point, versus having, and basically what we've been talking about is dewatering everywhere from there up to the Redwood box.
And additionally, there is a current proposal to NRCS, the Natural Resource Service. And so the Young Family Ranch is the primary proponent, which would then put forward the funding to pipe from the Trinco treatment plant down to the end users, and which NRCS would then refund them a proportion of the funding back. So that process is in go as well. Our deadline's December 10th on that.
And do you know how much
Nick.
they're asking?
So for the piping projects, Kelly, you have a better idea of what Lori's budget was on that.
It's about $47,000.
Okay. Glenn had a question.
So what's going on? We are trying to, this sort of teasing out the matching funds and things that are going to be going on. Is that what we're kind of getting at here? Because I know you had said that you weren't able to put in, the matching funds. So these are the projects that will contribute to that. We can kind of count that, like $47,000 is.
Well, not necessarily, because NRCS is federal, so that wouldn't necessarily be considered match on existing federal dollars, but the proportion that the Young Family Ranch would pay could be considered match, yes.
Which will be somewhere between 50 and 75% of the total
Okay.
under their EQIP program.
So other questions for Kelly and or Amelia?
Nick has one.
Nick.
Yeah, I'm interested. I see the sort of the linkage back to the sort of benefit to national forest system lands being, essentially more water in the stream that allows more fish to sort of use that habitat. You've mentioned some sort of fire hazard reduction, sort of potential benefits to the water system. But those are only really guaranteed if there's this sort of next stage of the project that is this sort of deferral of water usage by the Moonley Ditch Association users, right? Essentially, if we keep more water in the line, then it provides more water that they haven't been able to use in years past in the summertime during that sort of peak, most important period of time for the fishery. And so then you have to get, as a sort of secondary or tertiary project, you have to then build storage and forbearance agreements with all of those users to actually deliver that water into the stream to realize that benefit. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's basically that's the overall larger goal. Yeah. And like I said, what's happening on the bottom end basically is sort of a parallel project that's happening that will be, I mean, as Amelia had said, this has been an ongoing process for probably the past 4 years or so since the ditch got dewatered on the lower end for the Moonley ditch users. And so we've been trying to, find the best possible way to maintain a stable amount of water being delivered to the Moonley Ditch Association users. And so this project is happening on the lower end currently, as Amelia had said. We're moving forward with the applications to equip, with the Young Family Ranch being sort of like the end user on that ditch line as the primary applicant on that project. And we'll be providing the bulk of the funds for that aren't covered by the equip program itself.
Jeff, you have a question? And then it looks like Arnold's ready. So Jeff, then Arnold.
Yeah, I think the challenge for the group right now is just seeing that, we're presented with a small piece of this larger project, and not, it would be interesting, just personally, it'd be interesting to see all of the pieces and that kind of that overall plan, just so we get a better sense of what's trying to be accomplished here, which I think is totally positive. It's just a matter of how those fit, and how does the RAC money supplement or not supplement. You guys just covered a lot of that. So I just thanks for the patience on the questions, because I think that's really important for people to see it. Is there, and maybe this goes to Arnold's point and others, is there, do you guys have a sense of the Moonley Ditch users as far as the potential to commit to these kinds of agreements? Is there, are they unified? Have they, as far as forbearance is concerned in that process?
Yes, they are. We've been, like I said, this has been an ongoing conversation, and we pretty much have, the Moonley Ditch Association used to be kind of quite a number of individual landholders in that particular part of town, but it's dwindled down to about 5 active users currently. So, by not having the water running down the ditch line, either at the top end or the bottom end, and having it being more of a closed system, it will control the amount of water that's basically, being, dumped into the hillside, frankly, as it is now.
Sure.
And so, so that is sort of that's definitely sort of the main goal. But
yeah, I can see.
But the Moonley Ditch Association is pretty much, of a single mind about making this happen, so that they can continue to have their water rights, which is better than they've had, which is nothing for the past 4 years. So.
Yeah, super. Thank you.
Okay, Arnold.
But so I'm trying to get at, in order for me to be enthusiastic or to support this project, I need to know more stuff. And we've talked about some of it, and some of it will be forthcoming. But specifically, we're proposing to rig it up so that places that haven't been getting water will get water. So that will somewhat offset the efficiencies and the stopping of water going into the hillside. So I just can't judge whether the benefit of this project is to downstream to Moonley Ditch Association more than to the creek. I mean, I just don't know how much more water will be in the creek. So and also I need to know the times of year, what's diverted in low water times, for instance. So it's hard for me to understand RAC's potential interest in this until I know more stuff.
Historically, the ditch, the amount of water that's in the ditch line, 9 months of the year is fairly limited. It would flow in the winter times when there was surface water and there was no control on it. But as it is right now, yes, while there would be water going directly to the users, it in no way even approaches the amount of water waste that's happening on the upper end currently. So so that is kind of like, again, the primary goal is to sort of keep the water in the creek so that only water that's actually being utilized either by the CSD itself or the Moonley Ditch Association users can, you know, it will minimize the amount of water that's basically going past the redwood box as it is now.
I appreciate that, and it could well be true. It seems like we should be able to put numbers on that, and I'd like to know the numbers.
My guess,
any diverter has to measure what they divert. We should know what's getting diverted.
I would say that
CSD knows what they're receiving, and we should be able to figure out what Moonley Ditch needs, and it's a pretty simple calculation.
Yeah, the way that I would go about just sort of ballparking that would be that the number of users, again, you know, the largest probably being the cemetery itself. They've got two 2,500 gallon tanks and a 500 gallon tank. They're going to pretty much drain that tank every day on multiple zones doing their watering for the period of the dry, you know, spell from probably June till September or August. So outside of that, they won't be needing that water or utilizing that water source. So, I mean, I could punch numbers in based on just that piece, but there are other users that would use it to a much lesser degree than that, including the Young Family Ranch.
So I see LaJean and Tara have their hands up, so they may have some procedural thing they want to go over. And then I have Forenza and Carol.
I just wanted to, excuse me. I don't know how many of the projects you're earmarking for presentations and Q&A at this meeting, but we do have a numerous folks online that want to present. So if we could put a timeline on how long we spend on each of those projects, it would help us get through everything and make sure we get to everybody that joined us today.
Yeah, thank you. And Tara?
Yep, so we had, when we talked about this part of our meeting earlier, we were going to just kind of get questions answered, and I appreciate the thoroughness of the answers and the engagement of the group. One thing as far as numbers that I had written down is, Kelly, I think you said something about 52 million gallons of water is wasted. I think you said, and then you said you thought we had the ability to capture about 60% of that. So I just crunched those numbers because I'm a math person sometimes. And that was 31,200,000 gallons if you captured 60% of what we were losing. So that just gave me, I just gave me a quantifying number, but I think unless there's, Pat, I'll kick it back to you, how much further down this one you want to go. But that was just the numbers that you had said that I wanted to kind of quantify, Kelly. Those are the ones I had used.
That's correct.
The last is Forenza and then Carol, and then we'll wrap this one up though. As a comment, I kind of chose these projects to be the first ones that we talk about because they were the ones that seemed to have the greatest number of questions and uncertainties. I think when we get to some of the others, it's going to be a lot simpler. So Forenza.
How many miles, I'm sorry, how many miles or feet or whatever are going to be surveyed and done for NEPA with this project?
Essentially a half a mile that is pigeoned between bedrock and the creek bed. And so trying to work around engineering to not disturb the creek, it has added complexity. If we wanted to look at just funding the NEPA to look at alternatives and not fund the CEQA or sorry, just fund the engineering, not looking at the NEPA, not looking at the CEQA, the latest bid that I would have is $47,000 to complete the engineering. And that's to provide multiple alternatives to the project. And then, so essentially it would be around a $50,000 ask to have a little bit to cover the contracting.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Carol.
I think you might have gone over this, but I'm just trying to get straight in my head. So what is the benefit to federal lands? So the CSD is going to take out the same amount of water. You're going to deliver water to the end users that have water rights. And then the rest of the water goes down the ditch, but the ditch isn't fishable or anything. I mean, it ends up going in the culvert underneath the road to the West Weaver Creek. So
Sydney Gulch.
Sydney Gulch. So where's the federal nexus?
So by closing in this pipeline, you're going to be stopping the excess flow that's currently going down a ditch line that is continuing to contribute to erosion on Forest Service lands. So where those blowouts are currently on Forest Service lands and above, and there's lower ones as well that are also on private lands. And so that's what you're going to be looking at, some erosion control there.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
And they're
Okay.
they're above the highway. So when you kind of leave town and there's all those pipes coming out of that, before you get to the passing lane, all those pipes coming out of that hillside were specifically placed there to deal with problems with that ditch line.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So anything else on this project?
Thank you for your time and for your considerate questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm not sure where to go. I should pick some easy ones. No. Yeah, Bob.
Would it be a good idea to have people who are waiting
Yeah.
either online or in the audience?
There are a lot of them.
Oh, well, never mind.
I mean, all the little squares. But we certainly could get people back on the road potentially. So we had just a couple of questions for I say Backcountry Horseman project, but it's actually the Shasta Trinity Trails project number 15 in the yellow book. And one on the digital group. So Alan, you're here. So the questions for you, the only question we really had, so but I'm not sure everybody understands what you do. So just very quickly, what is the project?
Thanks for the chance to talk about Backcountry Horseman, Shasta Trinity, California. We've for 20 years, 25 years, helped the Forest Service pack CCC crews and work crews into the Alps. And the work parties have always had to stay in overnight and weeks on end. So we've done the weekly resupplies. Prior to the time we couldn't plant any more fish, we planted 18 of the lakes in the Alps and spent a lot of time doing that. Then we've also spent a lot of time in the last few years on clearing and the upfront work on some of the trail work this time of year, which we understand from Mike McFadden is going to be horrendous this year because of the fires. So we've expanded into the Yellow Boilies and in the Trinity Alps. So it's a big plan. Hope we can accomplish it.
And the funding is, you use the funding for what?
The funding is used for basically the stock. There are no labor charges, stock and expense and mileage and food.
Okay. So
we're pretty cheap.
So the only question we had was the scalability, and you had emailed me back that it is scalable. You guys put in for multiple year kind of proposal and could accept less if it came down to it.
Well, we wouldn't like to accept less. We'd like to spread it over a longer period of time since we did it, submitted a multi-year proposal. Yeah, we're willing to work with you on whatever the group decides.
Okay.
We appreciate the support we've had over the years and want to continue that.
So somebody noted that the last time that there was funding, which I think was 2016, you'd asked for something like 39,000 and we dickered with you and gave you 40.
True.
But then what people didn't get was the rest of the story, which was then somehow some of that money got taken away from them
Yes,
by
it
the
did.
supervisor's office.
Yes. it
But
did.
anyway. Okay,
So we worked for free for quite a while
yeah.
there.
So any questions for Alan?
None for
Thank
Alan.
you. We enjoy doing it and we really accomplished a lot, we think.
Amelia?
For our highly scored projects, are we trying to wait until the end to vote on all of these, or are we looking to vote on some of our high scoring projects earlier?
I would entertain whatever would get us out of here the quickest. So I certainly one option, I had sent out to everybody the groupings that we had done before in an email. We had a group that were all 2+, but the question becomes somehow we got to know that we're getting the savings that we need to get to that 1.2.
Do we just fund them for 1 year?
That's certainly a possibility for ones that were multi-year proposals.
Because we have more money for the next 3 years.
Good. Good. We heard that.
So I'm not sure what the pleasure of the group is. So I can read off what was those 2+ kind of ones, if that's something people want to consider. But we'd have to look then to make sure we know what the 2 years versus 1 year's worth of money is. We could go ahead, Glenn.
Tell us what it would cost them if we just proposed 1 year, what the cost would be?
Well,
Take that number and divide it by 3, or?
no, not really. We had proposed that, what we did for basically cover a year. And then we agreed that if some of it could be spread over into the following year, that we could pick it up that year. But we were.
So you would like to get this for a year, the 41.5?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Another of our members, Barry Powell, is here, and we've worked all over the Alps, including the New River country. So we have made contributions not only on the lakeside, but to the northern, actually up into the Siskiyous, where the Siskiyous come down, and in the Yellow Boulder. So we're happy to work out whatever you folks feel like.
I think Alan's right. I mean, this upcoming year is going to be tough. with all the fires. I mean, I think
That's the thing we were worried about.
this next year, you're going to really need to catch up.
Well, there's bridges out, there's all kinds of trees down, or coming down as we speak. So it's going to be tough to begin to keep them, try to get them open. Yes,
I'm unclear on, you're saying you'd like the full amount for the year, but it says this is a multi-year request, so.
well, here's what we had in mind. If we work through the year, this year, let's say we wind up spending $35,000, we would like to have that carried ahead till the next year, rather than just ended. And we would come back next year probably and apply for more to fill that shortfall. But
So I think what you're really saying, it was a request for 1 year's funding.
yes,
And I think, again, part of the reason he phrased it the way he did is that back in 2015, 16, they had a lighter year than they thought they were going to have because they couldn't get into areas, I think it was.
right.
And the RAC coordinator at the time took it upon herself to then return the money they didn't use in year 1 to the pot.
That was our fear.
So even though it was a multi-year agreement, anyway, so yeah. So,
Knowing that the potential for additional funding next year, you could possibly get away with less this year.
Well, that's why I got down to the point that if we could get the full allotment this year, it would be great if we come up to the end of the year and say we've spent 35,000 or 35,000 the number, we wouldn't want to lose that. And so we thought if we could do it this year, we'll just work off what we have. And hopefully we've got it, but as you know, there's a ton of work to be done up there. So I'm afraid to get it too tight particularly this year.
Jeff's had his hand up for a bit.
Jeff.
Well,
And
one,
I-
nice to see Alan Hill here.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Regarding the going through other projects, Pat, I think if we can, I'd rather take that in a different session, meaning our decision making on individual projects. I think I'd rather hear from more presenters. I think we have a pretty good feel for the backcountry horsemen, and Alan should feel pretty confident walking out of the room tonight. But I'd rather try and get through more presenters and then maybe take the financial issues in another session.
So I think I appreciate that, Jeff. I think what somebody was suggesting is we could maybe save a lot of presenters some time if we all thought there was a block of projects we just wanted to approve.
I see. Gotcha.
So for Pat, sorry, given the tremendous amount of projects, the large amount of funds, I think that kind of tracking, it will be very hodgepodgey to, even though there are a bunch of them that have 2+, I think to just kind of do it, as an accounting, kind of an in-house session where we just do the accounting and balance it out and make sure it all gets allocated appropriately based on the priorities that your group has identified. I think that might be just kind of, it'll get us to a cleaner end. Like we'll go slower up front, but we'll finish stronger that way, and we'll make sure everything's kind of dialed in if that's agreeable to the group. And then secondly, I just wanted to say thank you so much to this group for all of the good work you do on the national forests. It's not lost on me that you guys fill a very unique role helping us manage those trails and the forests. And I just wanted to take the time to personally just say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We feel we do a lot of work, and at the end of the year, we know we have.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where we're at then. Sorry. What
Presenters.
wants to do, just plug on through them.
Yeah, because even if you pick all the 2-star ones, if they're multi-year, then we
Right.
have to have discussion of whether or not you're gonna fund.
1 year or 2. Okay. So with that, then I'm just going to go back to the alphabetical or the alphabetical. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, folks.
For clarification, you did tell me in the email that you could do with 20% less.
Well, I did because I didn't want to lose it. I mean, that's what my fear was. We get
just so that
20%
the
last
rest
year,
of
we don't get it next year.
Yeah, just, just so that the group knows.
My
that-
only point was if we wind up spending $35,000 this year, we didn't want to see $5,000 lost.
Go away. Gotcha. Okay. So project number 1 in the yellow, on the yellow pages, which is 26 on the digital, is the Ascend Wilderness. So we're going to really try now to focus in, instead of these broad discussions that we've had. We ask specific questions. Let's try to get those answered and work our way forward project by project. So we have, I think Amanda is with us from Ascend Wilderness. And the big question that we had was over the number of FTEs, 3.5 full-time equivalent employees, and how you got there with $34,800.
Sure. So I responded in an email, and there's a few ways to look at this. It's really nebulous to kind of talk about salaries. So in my mind, we just hired two more administrative staff. And then we also hire every summer anywhere between 4 to 10 wilderness guides. So that was my best guess to come up with a number for a FTE. And then on top of that, the budget that I proposed doesn't actually reflect a full salary for any of those administrative personnel through the year because that I didn't feel would make a very competitive grant request. Had I actually accounted for that full-time salary for all of those 3 employees, it would be closer to $50,000 to $60,000 a year just for the salary. So I tried to, I listed that this is, we have about 3.5 full-time employees throughout the year, but in this grant request, I tried to just narrow the window to the project timeline, even though all of our admin work year round to plan those projects. So that's where there's a difference in the numbers that I provided in the budget in relation to that 3.5 full-time employee number.
So then, just to clarify, then you and I sent you another email back saying, in my mind, is really a lot simpler than that. That you have a salary, request in the budget that you're asking for from us. And if you assume minimum wage at $15 an hour, how many FTEs does that buy you? And it seemed to me that it buys you one, and it's not, I don't know that make or break how many FTEs you are going to create with your project is going to decide whether we fund you or not. It's just an accounting kind of thing. And it just seems simpler to say, we've got $34,000 in salary that we're requesting or showing as in kind, and that results in an FTE. And I don't know, Amelia, it was Amelia's question. Does that kind of get to what you were? She's mid-apple. But I think then the other question I'm going to ask everybody that asked for multiple years. So you've heard the discussion so far about, can people scale back to 1 year's worth of funding, knowing that we're going to do another round and another round and another round. So, if you were offered half of that, of what your request was, would that work?
I will do whatever is recommended by the committee, and I'm happy to do that. I will say that, Ascend is on this precipice of pretty incredible growth, and I'm really proud to say that we've increased our budget by 200% just in the last couple of years, and we've created more jobs year round. So this is an interesting time to suggest this budget that I've written in this grant, because on the trajectory that we're on, this is incredibly modest to actually move into the growth that we've got. So yes, we can absolutely scale back to half of what I budgeted for. At the same time, Ascend is approaching a $100,000 a year budget right now. So, we can work with what makes sense. And at this, and I would also like to say that it would be great to maybe just put that plug in there that it would allow us to still have a more robust program this year and support these new jobs that we've created. So with that said.
Okay. Any questions? So Bob.
More compelling question to me that's not on the review questions list was the potential overlap with watershed center requests. There seemed to be some confusion around that last time.
And we have the watershed center here too.
And on the screen.
And yeah. And I think we have because it was also the RCD. I think there are 3 trail projects.
Yeah, you want me to?
Is it?
One, so. Hi, Josh Smith from the Watershed Center. Our youth crew has 1 week of Ascend, where basically we would ask Ascend to take the youth crew out into the Alps for a wilderness, unique wilderness experience, do work out there. So That's 1 week of time. And then, I don't know, was there anything else in the trails proposal? Amanda, do you know of any other overlap? I'll look it up real quick.
Well, that was a actually confusing piece for me to hear about because Sen's projects are primarily in the Trinity Alps, and I wasn't aware that the Watershed Center nor RCD did trail work in the Trinity Alps like Ascend does.
It was more a question of would we be paying both the Watershed Center and Ascend for the same trip?
No, because what we project is strictly Ascend trips. So we do
So
a
the
team
easy thing would
stewardship-
be for the Watershed Center to just draw a line through that one on their proposal.
Does that mean that we? would
That's
get
why I
a-
suggested that you guys coordinate in the last week.
I guess the question is, what Pat's saying is the youth, would the youth crew be covered for a week in the Alps like we discussed under your grant, or should that be separate?
You're asking me that?
Yes.
We did not include that in our project budget as a Watershed Center trip.
Okay.
We only included Ascend trips.
So there's no overlap.
So there's no overlap then. They're
Mhm.
only
What
paying
about-
once for the trip. Okay.
And what about RCD?
And
Kelly's shaking his head.
I spoke with Josh today about this, and while there was some potential overlap, ours was all focused with regard to at least Amanda's and Sen's proposal. Our proposal was strictly related to the Weaver Basin Trail System. And there was a little bit of, to be frank, a little bit of confusion about what was being asked by the Watershed Center and the RCD with regard to the Weaver Basin Trail System, but we would not be working on the same stretches of trails. Similar types of projects, but ours was specific to 2 segments of trails which are highly already utilized that have now been incorporated into the system trails after having been user trails for many years and are being utilized by pedestrian groups, et cetera. So
we'll get to your, okay, I think it sounds like there's not a lot of overlap.
No.
No.
But I would suggest that before Ascend, the RCD and the Watershed Center submit proposals next time on trail things, that they all get together in one place and kind of really clean that up. So that it's easy for us to understand. We're volunteering our time for this too, so.
I totally appreciate that. And, I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. We definitely tried. We had multiple meetings.
But part of the confusion is Ascend's listed as a partner, so.
Right.
So you don't know what that means.
Absolutely.
So, but anyway, so I think that you cleared it up for Ascend's application, and their full ask is 59,000 and change, I think. So if we did a 1 year, it would be roughly 30,000. So the next one on our list was the one that had no questions and that I'm aware of, but the Bowerman Barn project, number 2 in the.
We skipped Bluebird.
Yeah, Bluebird.
Sorry, the Bluebird. So there are questions. Bluebird Mine. So who is responding? That's number 17 on
Hello.
the digital.
Is Katie still on?
Yes,
Is that Lucetta?
sorry about that. Hi. So yeah, I'd just like to start off with answering the questions that you had emailed us. And then if you would like more background on the project, then we can go there if you like.
Go for it.
Does anybody have any immediate questions about the project?
No, why don't you answer the questions, kind of keep it
So,
focused.
okay, yeah. Hugh had asked, how are we using our Caltrans funding as match? So these projects, the answer to that is that these projects are the same type of vegetation restoration projects. They are riparian restoration and located on tributaries within the same main watershed in relatively close locations. So it is common for projects of this type to be used as match when accomplishing work within a watershed. And I think Kelly had some more to say about that if that's not satisfactory. But
It
so
sounds like they're complementary projects, but
they're not on
think
the
when
same location at all.
I think that when
Um,
we think of match, we think that organization A pays X number of dollars towards the project and organization B pays Y number of dollars for that same project.
In an ideal world.
Yeah. You
In
know,
an
we can
ideal world,
seek
that's-
that for sure.
In an ideal world, that would be the case, but in a lot of times, we would all, if there was like an issue with match not being close enough to, like if having, similar projects within the same watershed impacting the same, waterways, then oftentimes what we end up doing then is seeking additional funding, and we have to start somewhere. So do we have match in hand per se outside of the Caltrans funding? I would have to be honest and say, no, we don't. But if that was something that became a requirement, either of the RAC or of the water, or that the U.S. Forest Service, based on the fact that the project will be, the agreement is with them, we could certainly do that. But it's not something that we have in hand at the moment outside of that similar type of work that's being done in a fairly close by, area.
So
Carol.
since you don't need match for RAC funds, does it make more sense that this is just kind of irrelevant? I mean, you don't need match, so it really isn't match, doesn't really matter, right? You don't need-
My understanding is that anytime that we enter into an agreement with the U.S. Forest Service, that it requires match,
So,
regardless of whether it was where the funding came from.
so the RAC doesn't require match, but the kind of instruments that they use to get agreements from the U.S. Forest Service require a match.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's always been the case.
So,
Every district project that we've ever had with, RAC funding has had a match component because of the mechanism of whether it's a participating agreement or a cost share agreement. That's always the case because the Forest Service requires it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so continue, Katie.
Okay. So yeah, just to complete that thought, our Caltrans projects are located on U.S. Forest Service land within Shasta Trinity National Forest and are required as environmental mitigation. So the main purpose of those projects is to improve soil function, reduce erosion, and support habitat of threatened, endangered, or sensitive species in the forest. Okay. Your other question was that, or is a statement actually, that it may not be publicly supported by Canyon Creek local community. I think there may be some confusion. I don't know if that was a board member or a committee member that stated that the public may not be aware of the stages of restoration activities involved with vegetation restoration. So these lands were highly degraded and will take time to recover, and soil health is the critical objective to bringing back the vegetation community there. We'll also be working as a side effect of this work. The recreation area access will improve, and the yellow star thistle community would decrease in its potential to spread to people's properties. So I would hope that it would be supported. And I think there's been a couple of individuals that have come out and said that they do, that live there, they do support the work. So if there's any other questions about that.
That,
ahead.
and that wasn't actually a question that I sent you. I think that was a comment that was carried to you from the meeting.
Okay, whoops. Well, we're really gonna have to just
so
beat
what-
some
one
of
of
that
the-
star thistle.
So one of the questions that I thought we did send you was, it discusses that this is another phase of the project.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
was phase one successful, Lucetta?
She's muted.
You're muted. More muted.
Muted now.
Now you're
Try it
being
again. One
muted.
click. There you are.
No, we're not hearing you, Lucetta. So Katie, so what was phase one and was it successful?
Oh, okay, so phase one mostly included, I'm sorry, I just wrote it down somewhere else completely differently than there. But phase one was mostly like prescribed fire that they brought in, and restoration of the ponds, recontouring of the seasonal depressions that were in the area. Lucetta, you're gonna have to give me hand signals, but I know they did a couple prescribed burns through there. They did restoration of the depression
What?
area. They removed a bunch of the overgrown willows, which opened up sunlight for basking areas for the western pond turtle. She's gonna call me.
You could put information in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, or she can call either myself or Katie and we can put her on speaker on a cell phone.
Okay.
got her. Perfect.
Okay.
Put her on speaker and we should be able to hear.
So essentially, oh, good. I'm going to turn off I'm echoing. Okay, so phase one is done. The ponds have been done and the sediment in those ponds have been fixed for the sensitive turtle habitat. Essentially, we need to get the plant communities back, and that's where Katie would come in with her native plant program and greenhouse, getting tall vertical species that are native at the site. I'm so sorry, I'm getting my own echo, so it's very challenging to talk.
Yeah, we definitely want to provide canopy to support the community assembly theory, or what just it supports that theory that we'll have canopy over there and we can start reassembling that plant community that was completely decimated. And it was funded. I don't know if you're still there, Lucetta, but I know that it was funded in 2017, yet later the funding was not allocated. So this phase two of the project had already been approved. And then you'll have to say why. I can't remember. It was an internal decision to not go forward with that year. Oh, and yeah,
it was retracted after the meeting. And so we went ahead and burned, but unfortunately we didn't get the funding, so we didn't get to plant.
So it was funded by the 2016 RAC. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Another part of the success. Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry. Okay. Another part of the success of phase one was that the western pond turtle did return to the site. So I just wanted to mention that it was pretty successful there, where, they weren't able to live there at the time and then are now back on site. So the reconstruction of ponds, excavation of sediment, removal of excess willows, and multiple prescribed fire treatments. That's what happened before. So I guess those were the three main questions. Are there any other questions about the project? I'd be glad to talk about it if you guys have time.
I think Bob Morris has a question.
So myself and a few folks, locals from Canyon Creek, have been watching this project for a long, long time now. And one person I spoke with said they have never seen water standing in the depressions, even in the wintertime. Is that different from your observation?
Yeah, the ponds have been successful. There's 2 of them. Oh, sorry, I hope I'm not echoing for you guys, but I am echoing here.
Unfortunately, it is.
It's on her end.
Can you type in the chat box for us then?
It works hearing it from your phone as long as your phone's not in front of the microphone.
Yeah. I can't say anything about the water accumulating and being held in the ponds, but I do know that shade would be an essential part of that puzzle.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Katie?
I said shade would be essential to the ecosystem in that area. So we're going to need to try to provide more canopy, and that's a big feat. So that's why the ask is a little high, because we have a lot of trees that we're trying to bring in there and to irrigate the plantings this go around.
Okay, so anybody, any questions for Katie and kind of for Lucetta, if she can answer?
She did put something in the chat, it looks like.
What did she put?
It says we will have water this year. Well, so are we, is Bob and his friends' observations incorrect? Does it get standing water? I mean, it seems western pond turtles are in the uplands in the winter and are in the water in the spring, summer, and early fall. So not only winter water.
She says, I haven't been there in the last two, but we were in a drought.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, we were in a drought. So we're getting bad echoes again.
And
Okay,
there's also a significant amount of star thistle there, which we'll be treating. And I don't know if you guys know how much water star thistle does use. So we're hoping to smother some of that with some of my extreme tarp methods.
Bob.
So Lucetta knows I'm all about manual removal of star thistle, and shade from trees would help with that in the future. And I appreciate that benefit, but I'm just not seeing much specific western pond turtle benefit from what I see on site there. Just a comment.
Okay. Randy.
I note this is a 2-year funded project.
It's multi-year, yeah.
Are they willing?
Mike.
Are they willing to?
Yes. Being that there will be another allotment, we've prepared to shave off the second year of monitoring, bringing the subtotal of personnel down from 30,000 to approximately 16,000, with keeping our equipment and travel and materials the same. It would reduce the overall grand total to 31,000. It was 48,665, and we could bring it down to about 31,421, 47 cents. And that would only work if we, the success of the project is definitely hanging on that being obtainable. Being that most restoration vegetation projects require irrigation and monitoring and maintenance for 2 to 3 years. So this would just give us our first year at that rate.
I'm seeing 0 for monitoring as an ask.
Yeah. I just mean maintenance. I use those words kind of interchangeably.
Oh, I see.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything else from the group? No? Well, thank you, Katie. Thank you, Lucetta. Sorry about the things.
What was the number for 1 year?
1 year, she said 31,400.
421. 47 cents. 31421 47. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now the number 3 in the book, which is 24 on the digital group, which is the Bowerman Barn. I don't know that we can afford this one.
Yeah, I don't know that you can shave much off of it either.
So anybody, any thoughts, questions? We didn't have any questions last time. I think the only question was, how come only $1,000? And I think the answer was, that's what the costs were.
Can we make a motion to vote on this one, or are we gonna hold off on all votes until next time?
Let's, I think we probably, I mean, hold off though. Be consistent.
We can add it all.
Tara has a hand up.
Tara,
Yeah, thanks for that, Pat. And sorry, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage being remote while you guys are all in the same room. I know we're getting a little bit later in on the schedule. Has everyone in the room that came to speak are already gone?
No.
no, Josh Smith is here, but that's okay.
Nice. Okay, well, that helps me.
You know, if you want the money, you know, you learn to.
You wait till the end of the movie and as long as it takes, but okay, thank you.
He's
I
probably getting
apologize.
out of having to do dishes or something. but-
This is less chaos than his house.
Comment, Tara. So number 4, we already took up, which was the Coffee Creek Road project. And we heard from him, and I think David said something like just a field work design side of thing was somewhere around 60,000 that they could potentially live with.
Mhm.
The number 5 in my book is the community chipping, which is an RCD project. Yeah, number 9 on the digital groups. And there was a large global question there that I did ask both the RCD and the Watershed Center, which was about their indirect costs. And to kind of just, in a nutshell, RCD put their indirect costs in row G, and the Watershed Center put theirs in L, which is other. And they actually have fairly similar, around 22-23% indirect rate. That is what is federally approved for them to charge for indirect costs. So that was one of the questions for that one. And then we had a few specific questions on the chipping project.
Yeah, I can answer whatever the specific ones were. I don't recall seeing specific ones for the chipping one. in the
Chris,
email.
what could you? Can you get the more detail on the equipment was one of the questions.
Yeah.
Rental of equipment. What's that?
So what's typically done is we either buy the equipment outright, or a grant buys the equipment outright, and then grants or other things that didn't pay for that equipment, we then charge a rental fee. That's just like if we were to rent that equipment, and it helps cover the cost of maintenance and just the cost of the equipment use, because there's wear and tear, there's things beyond just general consumables. So that's what that cost is for.
Okay.
Chris.
Oh, Chris, can you go visual for us, or are you somewhere where you don't have video? He's with the RCD.
I'm here.
There you go. Okay. Any other questions for?
Scalability.
Yeah, so the other question is, you put in for a multi-year funding. If you were offered 1 year's worth of money, would you take it?
Yeah, that project is 100% scalable. It could just basically cut the budget in half, and then it's a year. So that wouldn't damage that project significantly at all. So
Okay, great. Any other questions for Chris on that one? No, then our next one is number 6, which is the Watershed Research and Training Center Forest Ecosystem Health and Resiliency Protection Project, AKA weed pulling.
We can wait on this one until the end, right?
We could.
It's just Josh.
We needs a mic.
Do you have questions?
What number on the digital side of things?
23.
Three.
You.
One of the questions that we had was actually just a clerical error. The proposal talked about doing work in the car fire in Trinity County, and we learned that they really meant the August complex. They're right near each other.
John, our guy who's going to be in charge of these projects is relatively new and got his fires mixed up.
Yeah, and I think the only other question we had was the one about the indirect rate.
Okay.
So does anybody have anything else that they feel compelled to ask?
This was a 1 year.
Okay, so and the ask is 50,000 and change. Okay, anything else? Anybody?
I'm not clear on where the other contributions come from for this one.
That is a great question.
So what number 20, question number 23, other sources of funding, I think it says is secured from CAL FIRE Forest Health Grant that complements the project. So that's existing CAL FIRE grants.
Yep. Correct. Yes. And so there's a number of parts of this project around High and Palm and then on South Fork Mountain, and some of these overlap. And so the primary focus is going to be on knapweed, the various different types of knapweed. But we're also going to be looking at broom, Scotch broom and French broom populations. And those have a real, they're very fire prone. They burn really hot. And when they're around the community, they're not the best to have really thick concentrations around the community. So some of the CAL FIRE funds, I believe we're going to go towards that. Unless Tracy has other things that she wants to contribute, because I think she's watching.
And Dylan is on the call. Dylan, do you have anything to?
Yeah, the CAL FIRE Forest Health Grant, it's a big complex project. It covers multiple forests, 6 rivers and Shasta T, and it's implementation work, to improve forest health. It includes all the stuff that, it's not necessarily covering the same area, but the same watershed, which, the South Fork watershed is pretty big. So, plantation thinning, fuels reduction, and removing these invasive species are part of that work.
So I think that the same comment that kind of came up when we were talking to the RCD about match versus kind of in the same area, part of a bigger multi-million-dollar project match might come into play. But again, match is only the requirement for match is something you've got to jump through to get a cost share agreement or participating agreement from the Forest Service, not a requirement of the RAC.
Yeah, it's worth noting that we already have the agreement in place, and it'll be a quick modification here, and the match is already kind of laid out in that agreement. So that agreement's already in place.
Okay.
It has a comment in the chat. All priority noxious species for this book on Forest Service.
Oh. So Lucetta is saying all the species are high priority noxious species on the forest that need to be kind of handled. They want them dealt with.
And I would say that, the manual treatments for knapweed on South Fork Mountain have, for the most part, kept it in place,
Kept it from growing.
Yeah, exactly. Kept it from expanding for the most part.
Yeah.
pretty daunting work, but
For Arnold and I, who have been on the RAC for a while, I mean, Lucetta's kind of drummed that into us about the, you maybe not going to eradicate some species, but just keeping them from spreading. So
Opportunistic control.
she said opportunistic control. Okay, so now it's opportunistic control of the agenda. So I think we move on. So the next one is number 7, Guy Covington Fuels. It's an RCD project. So Chris, kind of key yourself up again. We had actually quite a few questions related to some confusion over how many acres are being proposed in this project, which acres, and ultimately the budget, which seemed to come in pretty high, somewhere around $6,000 an acre.
Yeah. So I think it's common practice, and I just didn't do a good job of lining it out in the proposal. So my apologies on that, but it's to treat 15 acres within that larger 23 acres. So that gives us just a little bit of flexibility to not, box ourselves in where possible. And so it's 15 acres within that 23 acres. So those areas aren't specifically defined right now. And some of it has been treated by Caltrans, and some of it's been treated a little bit, I think, by TPUD. And so it's 15 acres within the 23. So that still leaves, 8 acres that could have already been treated. And I'm sure there's 15 acres in there.
So you're saying the 15 acres would not include acres that have already been treated by somebody else?
Right. Yeah, we don't need to count acres that are already done. So
okay,
we would treat 15 acres. And then I guess just the amounts is that type of work. There's a lot of like taller trees that are more difficult. They just are time consuming to fall. And so we basically made the estimate and like how many crew days it was going to take for us to get it done. And then our crews are also just expensive because we pay full-time employees benefits, and and then there's just the drive time. It's a little farther away than, just right down the street. And then there's the same equipment costs, the rental of chainsaws and the rental of chippers and stuff. So the goal is to chip it all, and it's just expensive. So and then some of the project boundary, there was a question about some of the ownership, and there is still a little bit of uncertainty because I've gotten different answers from the state and the Forest Service as to who owns that land. But I've also been given approval by both those agencies to do this project. So in terms of that holding up anything, it shouldn't be any kind of issue. And so it looks like I've honestly just been told different things by both agencies. So I'm not entirely sure whether certain parts of it, as the map that was in that proposal, some of it shows it's state land, but whether that's just easement or whether that's actually state-owned land, there's still some uncertainty. But I've talked to the state and I've talked to the Forest Service, and they're both happy with this project and want to see it done. So there's no holdup on either of them, regardless of ownership. So
okay. Bob Morris.
So is that $6,000 per acre typical for this prescription, that distance from town?
Maybe for that area specifically, yeah. For us, I mean, it could be contracted, I'm sure cheaper, but we like to build up local workforce. We have employees, who've been here over a decade, and so the price doesn't get cheaper really, and nothing's gotten cheaper in the current situation either. So.
Okay, so a question that came over the chat was, when you calculated the total project acres, did it include the road?
I think it actually did include that road prism, or the actual road layer. And so in the total,
that's in the 23.
In the 23, so not in the 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I could have taken it out, but I think it's probably like an acre and a half. Maybe that's just road, something like that.
Okay. So the proposal says that it's a multi-year project, but 15 acres seems like something you could do in a year.
So the reason for the multi-year is just to again, add flexibility because things happen. There's fires, there's snow, there's weather, there's things that can just hold up projects like that. So it's scalable in the sense that it could be done in a year. We could probably get on this right in next spring, but there's just always uncertainty. And so the year is just like a buffer, but the amount doesn't really change. So, I mean, we could cut it in half and cut the acres in half, but that's like kind of the scalability of the project.
Gotcha.
I see you, Tara.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So you have the part that Caltrans has already done, those acres are done. You have the piece that TPUD may have done, that those acres would be done. And then we have the highway prism and whatever that equates out to, because I know that we included it in the analysis. So I know it's included in the 23 acres because, you know, it didn't, well, for what we were doing, it didn't matter if the highway was in it. But I'm curious. So if you take $75,000 and you divide it by 15 acres, that's your rate is $5,000 an acre and that's where you guys are going to be competitive on flat ground like that and do hand thinning is going to be $5,000 an acre. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that right. There's not equipment rental in here or something else that would cause your costs other than it's in Coffee Creek. So it's a little ways or clear, well, almost to Trinity Center, a ways out there. That's kind of what's driving your cost up. Is that correct? And that's just the price is kind of what I'm hearing from you.
That sounds, yeah, I think you've
So
summarized it.
the budget does show 10,000 for equipment rental.
And that's that same kind of pay it forward concept that we utilize. Basically, you're paying for the wear and tear on the equipment so you can replace it when you've used it up, correct?
That's correct.
Bob.
And with the contribution from column C of another $15,500, it's $6,000 per acre actual cost, not
Got it.
5.
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody, any other questions for Chris?
Go ahead, Nick.
So if you all get this done for less money, I mean, essentially this is running through a cooperative agreement with the Forest Service. The way that you bill for those is basically cost recovery. So essentially, if you all do this for less in less time and at less cost, then the money could roll into additional work covered under that agreement. I mean, essentially, I think, you know, I hear all you're saying about the cost, you know, the cost estimate, but then when it comes right down to it, this isn't like a private contract where you give the RCD $75,000 and if they get the 15 acres done in 3 days, they get to keep the rest. Essentially, you're just getting reimbursed for costs. And then if there's money left at the end of this, you can go on to different acres, essentially. I mean, is that accurate?
That's 100% true. Like we make a zero profit and we just get reimbursed for work done.
Right.
And so like, if we're under, it either goes back to the RAC or we figure out something that makes sense to continue the work.
Right. So you don't want to shortchange and underestimate your costs and not have enough money in the agreement to complete the 15 acres. But essentially, if you're able to complete the 15 acres for less than the money allocated, then the money can roll on into other good work. And I guess on this one, you know, do you have any other sort of acres identified where you would stretch the money into the future? I mean, I think you're hearing kind of skepticism about the costs from other people. And, you know, to the extent that you were able to come in at a lower cost, you know, or be more productive once you get out there on the ground, do you have other places for this money to go? Or essentially, would you be punting it back to the RAC?
We likely, if it ended up going that way, we would probably push onto private land because there's private land in that area. There's private parcels, and that would expand all that fuels reduction work onto private. As far as the Forest Service, I think it's kind of constrained just because of where the NEPA was done. So we're kind of, as far as work actually achieved on Forest Service land, it would only be within that polygon because that's what's covered under the environmental compliance. And then, yeah, we could also just expand farther down the road. We could make the fuel break longer. We could do, you know, so there's places to expand.
So as the RAC chair, I would have to say, I think the right answer might have been it would go back to the RAC.
Yeah. That is also, that's probably the first choice.
Good.
That's what we thought you meant.
I thought that's what you meant.
I'm not so sure about that. It seems to me that both in the case of fuel reduction and incidentally on water supply, improvements on private land, assume that Forest Service land. If you know, if you're preventing fire in a general area where the Forest Service has a lot of land, that's the benefit to Forest Service land. And if you're on the water side, if you're improving the health of the watershed, increasing the number of fish that are connected to the Trinity River, that's by definition, that's a benefit to Forest Service land. So I don't necessarily agree it would have to go back to the RAC. I think they could put it to good use elsewhere and for perfectly valid projects.
I guess my thing was within the bounds of this proposal and within the bounds of this NEPA, the money would have to come back. That not necessarily, that I agree with using it for fuel reduction, but this NEPA only covers so much area.
And if it's done on private land, it's still federal money, so it still requires NEPA to be done.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Arnold, as far as the benefits, I think we said that from the get-go, that projects could be proposed on private land if they can show the nexus and the benefit to the federal land. So any other questions on this one?
Just a clarification, that this particular project is not tied to the Trinity River, just to clarify that.
Right.
Well, I was referring back actually in that case to the West Weaver diversion. People said it wouldn't help the river.
Yeah, that's a great point. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I would
So our
just make-
next,
I would
go
just
ahead.
make- I would just make one additional comment to that as far as like, the protection, that area, obviously, I don't know that there would necessarily be NEPA required outside of that area if it was environmental compliance, yes, but then it would become more like any of our other fuels reduction projects on private land, which would require CEQA.
No,
So
it's the use of federal money
Requires NEPA.
requires NEPA. And then,
okay,
Sonny,
Yeah. A question on this guy, Covington Drive out there, because I know this area for good. I see where this red line is going up Highway 3, coming back down and into Covington's there. The question is, why are you doing a fuel break along Highway 3 on the left-hand side when some of that's already been logged and it's clear cut? When it sounds to me like there's no need for a fuel break in there when you have one with that clear cut in there, even though it's all grown over. That's SD land.
outside of the actual benefit, as far as the fuels reduction portion there, that particular corner on the highway is also, there's a visibility issue, which I think is also a large portion of why we are wanting to thin that out, because it's a safety element.
Sonny's
But-
talking about the west side of the highway where Caltrans has already done the fuel break.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And Chris answered that question. So you're not gonna redo that because it already kind of meets the prescription or pretty close to what's in the CE, I think.
yeah.
Right, but I mean, the part that's going to be treated with this is basically, there's the visibility aspect of it too, which I guess I just.
But
would point
that's the east side of the road. Yeah, that's a different side of the road.
It's at the intersection of Guy Covington and Highway 3 on the
Right.
side going into Guy Covington.
And that's
Yeah.
where we would be treating, correct?
Right.
But that wasn't what.
But Sonny was
asking.
talking about the other side of the road, which is still within the project boundary.
Yeah, so if it needs a little more to increase visibility, then we'll do that. And if it doesn't need anything, then that won't be a part of the acres treated. So
So now we're slipping back into the. Yeah. Okay. So the next project, Hayfork South Fuel Management zone improvement maintenance, number 8 in the yellow book and number 20. Folks. So Dylan, this one yours?
Yes, it is. And I can answer some of the questions that were sent to me via email. So first, I just want to say, these projects are developed closely with the Ranger Districts in Hayfork. We want to implement their priority projects, and this is Keith Roars, the fuel management officer over there. This is his priority. I think the strategic nature of this project can't be understated. It was proven this year. The Hayfork, the FMZ, the Kellogg FMZ is on the north end of town, and it was hugely important for keeping fire out of the residential areas during the Monument Fire. So this is on the opposite end of town. Obviously, Kellogg has been maintenance through some burning operations, and this was a previously funded RAC project about 10 years ago. I think one of the questions was, are we repeating their treatment? And I think we made it very clear in the proposal that this is a maintenance project. Typically in this area, without the use of herbicides to kind of aid with our maintenance, we usually return to ground every 5 years. And so this is 10 years after the project has been implemented. And so we're quite a few years behind here. If anyone's been to the area, it connects Highway 3 to Wildwood Road. It's probably one of the scariest fuel types that a firefighter can deal with. Talking chaparral as far as the eye can see, that's 6 to 12 feet tall. So, the strategic part of this project is to try to create a place where fire can be held outside of town. So we're retreating some ground, but we're also widening the fuel break in some areas where it wasn't treated previously. So, in some areas it's just 200 feet wide, and the NEPA states that it can be 200 feet on either side of a road. So, or of the ridgetop line. So areas that we couldn't get to, we're going to widen it to 400 feet. It'll mostly be maintenance mastication. We'll also utilize an air curtain burner when we can to deal with some of the residual fuels. The first project, the brush was 12 feet high. They brought dozers in and made massive machine piles, and they burned those piles. And now we're just proposing to, basically mow the brush down that's now 4 to 5 feet tall and create a strategic fuel break for the community of Hayfork. I think the other questions have been answered. So if there's any specific questions from the RAC, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the RAC members? So the only other would be it's the submittal was as a multi-year project. Is it scalable to a 1-year project?
I'm going to be honest with you guys. If we do a 1-year project, we're going to get half of the work done, and we're not going to be able to do a lot of part of the project is trying to stage fuels for air curtain burning, and that would be phase 2 of the project. So mastication can absolutely be done in a year, no doubt. But getting the fuels out of the units staged on a landing and then using an excavator to feed an air curtain burner is going to take, I believe it's an essential piece of the project to get a good product out of it. So yes, it's scalable, but you're going to get less of a product out of it, or, less of an efficient fuel break or an effective fuel break if we kind of scale back. But certainly we're willing to work with whatever amount of funding we get to, but we're proposing to treat only 100 acres of the total acres of this fuel break. When it was originally implemented, it is 245 acres. So, we're sitting at about $1,000 an acre here with amount of money we asked. So if we scale back, as we know, fires start in this area almost every year. And so, I think it's imperative that we try to get a good product out of this. But scaling back to 1 year would limit our availability and our opportunity to get more air curtain burning done.
Okay, Forenza.
I did just have a quick question. What's your other cost? It's a number L. What is your other cost? Because you didn't flesh out what it is, and I was just curious.
Yeah, so let me pull up our more detailed budget here. Other costs include travel, so vehicle usage, both for the saw teams and the masticator crews. It also includes equipment costs, which includes a masticator, 26 days of mastication, chipper fee, which similar to what the RCD explained, we charge a daily rate for our chipper for maintenance and all that. So 5 days of that, 5 days of air curtain burning, rental of a mini excavator and a dump truck, both for 5 days. And then it also includes our indirect cost of 23%. So that's why that number is so large.
Okay, anybody else? Anything else for this one, Bob?
Our indirect costs, what are those?
That's exactly what he just.
Indirect
So-
costs. Go ahead.
Indirect,
Question is, Bob, or
Well, he said, and other,
22% or
23% is our negotiated indirect cost rate. This is, how our business runs as a nonprofit. We have, Tracy McFadden might be able to speak better to this, or Nick, but every organization has an indirect cost. It's our overhead rate, and it pays for the billing, the administration of the contract, payroll. It pays for multiple salaries in the organization to keep our organization running. So it's an essential part of our business.
so is that what you were asking, Bob, or you were asking?
I'm gonna pass.
You're gonna pass, okay. Amelia,
I was just gonna go on to say that it covers everything from rent to the front office staff, office administration.
things
And
that
it-
can't be
it
assigned to a
differs.
project.
Yeah, and it differs based on organization as to how they use it, but it can also cover their financial invoicing and reporting, their contract management.
So that's kind of my question is, why isn't it under contract and grant administration? Portion that is going to that. I guess that's.
Yeah, we asked this question specifically to the Forest Service and to Pat, and it was instructed to us to put it into other costs.
Okay.
Is anybody else? Okay, so it is 6:45, so I don't know what people's tolerance levels. The last time we made it to 7:30, we'll see how far we get.
Hey, Pat, sorry, this one had that weird $200 that was a floater in column A.
So actually, the Watershed Center's grant writer sent to LaJohn a corrected form that corrected that $200 error.
So it should just be 2,000.
She corrected it whatever way it was needed to be
Okay,
corrected.
good enough. I don't need to split hairs. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Could we have Josh run through the rest of the project that he's associated with today so that he doesn't need to come back to another meeting?
Well, we could. We've got a lot of people sitting on Zooms too that are going to potentially need to come back. So whatever the pleasure of the group is.
Wasn't the theory that the second meeting would be quicker to go through the whole thing than the first meeting?
Would, but
I'm okay. I think we just keep things moving.
so then the next one is actually Hayfork Youth Conservation Crew. Number 9, which is number 18 for the digital folks.
I don't think anybody's said this yet, but thank you all for taking on the committee. It's been a while since we've had RAC, and it's been really important for a ton of our programs over the years. It's helped us develop a whole bunch of good programs, and it's really nice to see it back. And I know it's asking a lot of you guys to step up and take on all this extra time. So thank you.
Thanks. So the questions were pretty simple. So we've already answered the question about the overlap with Ascend Wilderness.
1 week.
And the other was a question about how do you recruit and retain the leaders, supervisors
Yeah.
for the crew?
Yeah, I mean, this program's been running longer than I've been at the Watershed Center, and we've had one crew leader for probably 16 years, and we had a couple before that. So I don't even know how long this program's been running. It's been very successful. We've, Tom Evans, who now runs our recreational trail program, he was on the crew as a high school student. We've really been trying to develop this further and have more educational components to it and more kind of job shadowing and natural resource mentoring with this program. So it's not just a work program like it used to be. So yeah, it's really long standing and extremely successful over time.
And then the other question was, looks like it's multi-year funding proposal. Can you do 1 year?
Yeah, we can do 1 year. One of the things that kind of got lost in translation, we've been talking a lot lately about trying to have a second crew in Weaverville, so we could have a second crew of kids working on this side on Weaver Basin Trails and helping out with the Alps. And I think that the Forest Service staff has been really interested in just any kind of extra help they can get. But yeah, yes, it's scalable and could just be 1 year.
And scalable, like cutting it in half.
Yeah, I mean, it gets harder and harder the more that's cut. We definitely have some funding set aside, but yeah, that's half might be a bit much.
It just seems like.
You mean the 2 years?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're
Sorry.
cutting the
Sorry,
dollar,
sorry,
if it's
sorry.
gonna
Yes.
be, go from 2 years of funding to 1 year of
I
funding.
thought you meant 1 year and half of 1 year.
No, just half the money.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Anybody, any questions? Indian Valley Summer Camp. Is that you, Josh?
Yes.
So that's the next one that's up.
Yeah. Any questions? Another really long-standing program.
So that was number 10 and
21.
21, and there were no questions. So don't talk through the sale.
Okay.
I guess the question would be though, same one. You asked for 2 years, can you do one?
Yep. Especially if RAC's coming back.
And would 1 year be half of 2 years necessarily?
It is set up for 2 years of funding at right now. So if you split it in half, it would be 1 year of funding, if that answers the question.
Okay. So now people have been waiting from way over in Mad River. So the Lasix Lupin Conservation Cattle Guards. Number 11. I feel like I'm doing bingo or something. This one, there were lots of questions, so hopefully there's here. And the questions were related about the efficacy of 2 cattle guards out in open range, and were there other alternatives that might work better?
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me to permitting me to answer your questions, and thank you for all the time you spend on this. I provided written answers to those questions, and I could read them if you like, but also while I'm going over them, I could share my screen and show you kind of a bird's eye view of where the cattle guards are, where the drift fences in phase 2 would go, where the wilderness boundary is, and where the Trinity County boundary is. You want me to go ahead and put that on the screen while I go through the.
So yeah, if you could just summarize your email to me.
Okay.
And who are we speaking to?
Oh, this
Or
is John
hearing-
McCrae, the forest botanist on 6 Rivers.
Okay. Do you have a screen you can do video? Because we see Kristen.
Yeah, I can do that.
And it's not even dark
Oh.
over there.
Oh, you want to see my face? Let
Yeah.
me-
And we
Okay.
have the map that you submitted with your application, so I don't know that we need another map.
Okay, just that map's kind of confusing because there's the wilderness is a polygon and there's the allotments and there's the counties, but if you just want me to go over the questions, I'm glad. happy
Yeah,
to do that.
that's the main goal.
Okay. So you are correct. The cattle guards without the fencing will afford less protection. We had originally planned on requesting funds for both the cattle guards and the fencing, but we're directed to scale the proposal back. And during our initial planning, it became apparent that the fencing would require additional specialist time to analyze its installation.
Is that to get, you mean to get the NEPA done?
Yes, we're going to complete the NEPA on the cattle guards before the month is out. But the NEPA for the drift fencing was more complex because it's going to involve removing some trees, and we need specialist input from our wildlife biologist out on the Mad River District, and she's tied up with an EA we're preparing right now for the August complex. So that's why we put the fencing into a second phase of this project, because we could finish the NEPA work for that next summer. So did that answer your question about?
So where's the fencing go? Is this fencing just around the lupin populations? Or?
No, it's most cattle guards have what I call drift fencing that prevents the cattle from walking around the cattle guards. And if I pulled up this map, I could show you where these fences are, if you'd like to see that.
I think we understand.
Okay.
But I guess part of the thing is that you know, were there alternatives? People here were wondering why cattle guards and drift fencing in phase 2 and not putting fencing just around the lupin population.
Yeah, the problem with putting the fencing around the lupin population is you're up at 5,500 feet and you're on serpentine soils. The red Lassic population we're the most concerned about is at the base of red Lassic, and there's a lot of talus slope, rocks coming down off of it, and it's very hard to drive T-posts, and you can't get them deep enough to where they're going to last through the winter, and it snows up there. You know, we've put carcinite markers, and in half our carcinite markers have fallen over because you just can't drive them very deep into that ground there. So.
Okay.
Why can't you use the standard fence post systems that they use like over in the eastern side of California, where you use a wire basket and fill it full of rocks?
I'm not familiar with that design. Or the wire baskets used to anchor the bob wire fencing that's attached to T-posts? Is that how that system?
No, it's a, you make a circle out of wire, usually foundation wire, something like that. Number 10 wire, and you fill it full of rocks, and that becomes your post.
So, John, I think another aspect that Kristen has brought up in the chat is that erecting or installing a fence around the lupin populations is within a wilderness area, and that creates some other complications.
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, though, to be honest, the red Lassic population isn't in the wilderness. So it's, you know, we haven't analyzed this alternative. We'd have to redo our NEPA, you know, it would knock it out of this, out of phase 1. But not being familiar with this system, you know, again, I just don't understand what you would put in between the anchor points.
Well, we're not here to design your projects for you. We kind of got around kind of in that maze earlier, and I think the group is kind of regretting it.
Okay.
So does anybody else from the RAC have any other questions?
Well, the issue about the fencing is being the next round of funding anyway, right?
Right.
Anything else?
You know, I should state that we've had, over the years, we've had a constant problem with cattle getting within a couple hundred yards of the red Lasix population. And the red Lasix population is the most vulnerable of those two subpopulations because of the few numbers that are there. And if we, this species is up for federal listing as threatened. We're hoping that sometime next year a decision will be made, and the Fish and Wildlife Service feels strongly that there's a good chance that it will be listed. Right now it's state listed endangered. If we lose the red Lasix site, there's high probability that we lose the species.
John, not to interrupt. So if it does get listed as threatened or even endangered, that brings a lot more funding to you, doesn't it?
Exactly. We're going to work on the recovery plan with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so we're hopeful that probably year after next, we would get the recovery money. I don't know if it would happen as soon as next year. We had expected listing to occur before now, but because of COVID, it's been delayed.
Okay, well, thank you, John. So the next one up, I'm not sure, John, I don't think it's you, but it's another Mad River project. It's the Mad River Fuels Three Forks Salvage. Is that Kristen and maybe Nancy Curran? It's number.
Yeah, it's Nancy is on and she was going to discuss that at length. So
Not at length, hopefully.
Well,
Hopefully answer the
sorry.
questions.
No,
Answer questions. I know it's still not dark there where you're at.
Stars.
Yeah, people liked it, so don't talk through those. Say it. So we had a couple of questions that we had forwarded. Where's Nancy? Oh, there she's coming up. So one of the questions was, does this additional $50,000 in addition, along with the 100,000 you already have, get you more acres?
Yes, 42 more acres.
Okay. And a question was, if we had a crystal ball, would we see future phases as a RAC?
Not right now. It'd be incorporated into a larger project way in the future. Right now, we're focused on treating post-harvest, post-salvage fuel loading.
And I think the other question was just on the budget was, what kinds of things are included in the line item materials and supplies that is roughly $13,000?
That would be, the funds would go towards all the support equipment, such as the masticator, the chipper, the vehicles to transport the crew, the chainsaw, maintenance, some replacements, supplies for saw parts and such. That'd be the primary supply avenue.
Okay. Anybody in the RAC, any other questions? No? Okay. So thank you, Nancy. Sorry for keeping you so long.
Thank you.
So our next one up is the Pine Cove Marina Trail, which is a short little trail piece that was submitted by the Pine Cove Marina. I'm not sure if there's anybody on the Zoom call from there to answer questions. The question was this, it was pretty simple. I think we were limited to, well, I should tell you. So it's number 13. So is it federal land or private land? We were not 100% sure of that. And has somebody begun to work through the NEPA? Or is there NEPA done? Anybody?
Pat, I don't think, so they didn't list their name, and the only email we got was a Pine Cove Marina at
Right,
gmail.com.
and that's where I said,
I'll follow up with them tomorrow morning with a phone call and try to get those two answers for you and send that out to the committee. But I don't believe they're online with us right now.
okay, and when you do that, let them know that the budget needs to be redone because it shows it as your contribution, not RAC money.
Okay, so there was, just remind me on those two questions. So there's the budget.
Is it NEPA? Is NEPA done? Have they talked to anybody about NEPA? And then I forgot what the other, is it federal or private land? It's only like a quarter of a mile.
Okay, I'll get those, I'll try to get those answers to you guys tomorrow morning.
So number 14 is road 35N 14Y maintenance project. And that's also number 25 on the digital groups. It's number 14 in ours. And the question was pretty simple. It sounded like it's a cost share road. And so why aren't the cost sharers doing the work?
So I passed this question along to the district rangers and I haven't gotten a response. So I guess that answers the question of why we proposed it, because I haven't had much luck getting anything done. So yeah, I don't know. Unless Tara has some insight.
Sorry, just run me through the question again, because I did chat with Sarah briefly about this this morning. Your question, I think we answered whether it was covered with NEPA, right? And we said yes,
I think the question was, why isn't either of the cost sharers, the US Forest Service or SPI, taking care of the project?
And I can tell you, all I can answer to is my understanding is that this is what I've heard is that this is this is our portion of the road. It's not associated with SPI removing product. So that's why it would get kicked to us, and we don't have the staffing at this point to get this piece done with our road maintenance folks. And again, that's not a little bit of a disadvantage. It's not actually on my unit, but I do know that we have one for the whole west side of the forest. We have one grader and one seasonal employee who works out of Bayfort, who is currently laid off now. So that would explain that piece of it. And typically we would do this we try to do some of this work with our firefighters and send an engine out there. And that's just been very hit or miss the last couple of years because of the fire season. You know, we always try to get some project work on the books. It's just hard to, you can't prioritize the project work over, responding to fires, trainings. And then, right now, every fire person is pretty much on vacation because they only have 2 months to use their vacation time. So I think that's how it kind of ended up in this current situation. That's all I can't speculate any further about it though.
Okay. So I think we know the score. We'll have to figure out how it scores later. So the next one up is
Pat, real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you had already gone through the Mad River project, but I think we might have missed one, the South Fork Ridge Vista Point interpretation kiosk. While we still have Kristen Lark, if the committee has any questions on that one, we might want to ask her. I believe she'll be representing for that project.
What's that?
That's in 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah,
Two
I'll
or
wait my
three.
place in line. Thanks, LaJohn.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just want to make
Okay.
sure we didn't miss it. I thought you were batching those in all.
No.
Okay.
I wasn't
Sorry to
batching them. I'm just going alphabetical order. Up number 16 in the book. In the digital is South Fork Basin Stewardship Community Project. I think that's Josh.
It can't be number one in the digital.
No.
Oh, no, no, maybe it is.
It's either 15 and 1,
19.
not 16 and 1.
This is 19. The South Fork.
It's
Basin
19, I'm
Stewardship
sorry. Yeah.
Yes, South Fork Basin Stewards, I mean, so this was a project that we had a few years back for probably 3-4 years running. And, we decided to bring it back, or ask RAC for this because it was a very useful tool to like get the word out to people to get engaged in the community in different ways. So we ended up with a bunch of kind of really essential contacts for either access to land, for fisheries surveys, or, in some cases, projects that ended up being fuels reduction projects or oak woodland projects. But basically what it is funding for our outreach and education coordinator predominantly to run a series of events. High and Palm salmon gathering. I think a few of you came to that a few years ago. But basically around the time of the fall Chinook spawn in High and Palm is generally a really neat time to be down there. And so we have a little community event. One day would be for adults to kind of get a little outreach to the community about fisheries work. The other would be to bring kids down from Hayfork Elementary School.
So the questions were actually about overlap.
Thank you.
So the question was, and just to kind of give you an example on, in your detailed description, you say the project also supports environmental education camp for Hayfork and Weaverville fifth and sixth graders. Just making sure that's separate from summer camps and things like that.
Correct. The two educational events for youth are the salmon gathering in High and Palm, Hayfork students going to High and Palm to actually watch fish spawn. And number two is the Bar 717 environmental camp. That's so a few of our staff can support that effort. That's Weaverville Elementary School's environmental camp. We're asked to go present at that most years, and it just becomes hard to fund people.
Okay.
We volunteer most of the time. So those are the two small educational components. Trash cleanups, weed pulls, vegetation planting.
Right.
So yeah, no overlap with summer camp or youth crew.
So multi-year request, can you go with 1 year?
We can.
2 years, so it'd be half this amount.
Obviously, with any of these, if we get multi-year funding now, then we don't have to, it wouldn't be in the mix for the following
Right,
year.
but our situation is we have $1.8 million in ask and we need to get down to
Absolutely.
1.25. So
Absolutely. It's just if you cut them all in half, you're gonna, anyway, you'll figure it out. I know you'll figure it out.
I hope so. I'm not, sometimes not so confident, but anyway, okay, so no other questions for that. Our next project is South Fork Kiosk, Ridge Vista Point Interpretation Kiosk. So that's Kristen.
Yes, very, very good. Thank you. So I'm presenting for Maritza Guzman, who and she's on the Capitol.
It's just for the group. It's 17 in the book and number 5 on the computer. And we had fairly pointed, simple kind of questions.
Yep.
Your submittal had 3 different proposals in one. Which one are you asking for us to fund?
We're gonna replace in like kind. So the intent is to replace those panels, like kind. So we're not going to do any greater ground disturbance. Now I know there's 3 proposals. That larger one that was that more of that outlook, that is not the one that we're bringing forward. It would be generally the same in like kind, depending on what was available. So hopefully that answered that question.
And that probably answers the second question, which is, are there any issues with Caltrans?
Not to my knowledge. I did reach out to Caltrans today. I have a message in with the District 2 permit person, but the conversation that I had with the transportation planner said that replacing in the same footprint would not be an issue.
Okay, great. Anybody have any questions for Kristen?
That's really cool thing.
We think so. So we'll work with you guys on the content. Okay, end of report if there's no questions.
Okay, so we have already gone over the next one that was in line. So the next one for us to talk about is a Suzy Q invasive removal project. I'm hoping Sadie is still hanging in there somewhere.
I am, I'm here.
Sophia,
Hi.
okay, hey there. Okay, so you got my questions, right? Oh, so it's number 19 in the book and
29.
number 29. So have you, I think the big question people had was, have you had any luck talking to Forest Service people about NEPA?
I put out a email requesting any information on if there is something signed that would apply to the project, or if they had any advice, and I have not heard back at the time of this meeting.
Okay. I think the other question was, how successful do you think you will be in getting the neighbors in the neighborhood to all be weed warriors?
I really think we will be very successful. We estimate that we can get at least 22 out of the 23 property owners in the area that we're proposing to be on board and at least let us access their properties.
Okay. Comments? You're going to have to probably redouble your efforts in connecting with the Forest Service people because of their busyness and the approaching holidays.
Gotcha. Will do.
And this was meant to just be a one-year effort, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody have any other questions?
If NEPA has not even started yet, can this realistically happen in the next season?
Well, at the very beginning, one of the things that we kind of agreed on was that people would have to have NEPA by September of next year.
Always think about the pilot project.
Yeah, well, it's always in the back of my mind too. And Ross probably has not forgotten his mile of trail that still the NEPA hasn't even started on.
This is pulling
This is-
noxious weeds.
Yeah, those, some of the work would involve chaining and pulling up bushes and that sort of thing.
I believe the hope is that it's such a basic and simple project that there may already be a signed NEPA that covers that. And the hope
That's-
is that that is the case.
That's my hope.
I think there is. I wouldn't see, I mean, we use weed wrenches.
So this isn't, yeah, but it's on private land
Okay.
and it's in 6 Rivers.
Okay.
So I believe there is too. Maybe I sent an email to Lucetta if she were by chance still.
Yeah, she
hanging
just
in there.
left her number here, so I'm going to contact her. I will do
Okay.
that.
They may
So
just
she
need
will-
to do,
She's the chief weed warrior here.
they may just need to
Wonderful.
do concurrence for ARC
Yeah.
to ensure, yeah. Put a letter on the file.
Okay. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you all for your efforts. I appreciate it.
So number 20, which is the Trinity County RCD Native Plant Nurseries, number 7 on the digital. So we
guys.
got Katie back.
Yes.
Hopefully you took your dog for a walk or something while you were waiting.
Oh yeah, he got to go out. Did you see him? Yeah.
He growled at me earlier today, but I won't count
It's
that
of
against.
all the people to growl at, what the heck?
Okay, so we had
Yes.
had some things. One was a budgety thing that there
Right.
was nothing in my notes.
Column
is
B,
no-
row G. Yeah.
kind of the H versus it should be an L, which was there's nothing in, yeah.
So I accidentally put our overhead in column L, and it's actually should be in column B, or column B, row G.
It can, according to Lejean, it can be in L. It's just that we didn't know that's what it was.
Okay, yeah, I thought I had an old worksheet that I was using.
Yeah,
in the
and then
past.
there was a correction on the monitoring plan is titled Bluebird Wildlife Enhancement, but you sent me a corrected version, which just the title was wrong.
It was the title that was incorrect. The monitoring plan isn't very extensive. I mean, it just is keeping records.
Tracking
So
your plan.
just tracking everything with photos and tables. So yeah, I guess we answered those first two questions. And the only
then
other question is the operation.
Yeah, so the why is it, it seems like the RCD gets contracts or gets grants or agreements to implement projects that involve you needing to grow plants in the nursery. Why is it that the RCD needs funding for the nursery?
Okay, so yeah, the trees that we grow for Caltrans are already committed to the projects for Caltrans. Also, they include two large projects that are coming up in 2022, both on Forest Service land. Also, it takes about 2 to 3 years for the plants to get to the optimal size for planting out for these types of projects. And also, what this would do is give us the capacity to provide stock to our other partners, which were listed in the original proposal, including Forest Service, when or if we were to do this bluebird mine restoration. It would help us basically build out infrastructure that we need in order to support that large of a scale of restoration. It's close to 900 herbaceous plants that we need to plant out. So we just need space and infrastructure and the labor to put that together. So we have the Watershed Center has in the past required plants for some of theirs. We had, I think, about 400 trees go to the Watershed Center. Some other smaller companies come to us, like those environmental consulting agencies will come to us and ask us for small amounts of trees, 50 to 100 trees at a time. 5 counties or the council next door has also occasionally asked us for small amounts of trees. And then there's also just private property owners who do reach out to us regularly asking for trees. So yeah, since most of the trees that we grow for Caltrans are already committed to those projects, those upcoming projects, this would just give us the ability to branch out and supply local genetics to all of our partners in the area. So I don't know if I need to go into that, the need for local.
No, I
nursery
think people
stock, but
understand.
it's just not available in this area. So
I think, yeah, I think.
Are you able to recover any funds when you give trees to partners?
say that again.
Are you able to get any money for the trees when you, give some to your partners you
Yeah.
mentioned?
Yeah, we do. It just takes time to, it's pretty expensive and it just takes time to get them up to the size they need to be. So eventually it would start paying us back. But in order to get there,
So would it be safe to say that this is capacity building kind of funding?
Yeah. That is a good way to put that. I should
And
have
then
said that.
and then we probably wouldn't we wouldn't see this 5 years from now because you would have built your capacity.
Right. Probably not. Some of what I wrote in was not volunteer, but paid internships for local students. And so I'd like to continue doing that. It'd be great to be able to bring in a high school student or two and kind of immerse them in conservation culture and land stewardship culture and just get them immersed in it. I think that'd be a good contribution to the community because we have a really good thing going over there at the nursery. And you never know, you might take them somewhere. So that I think is a good benefit that I'd like to continue.
Okay. Anybody, any other questions for Katie on this?
Where is the nursery? Is it at Young Ranch?
The nursery's at the Young Family Ranch, right?
Right. Yes, it is. It's in a pretty small area right now. It has to be fenced with like 8 to 10 foot fencing because of deer. So yeah, it's pretty tight in there. I've got every single table filled that I possibly could. And we used to have a larger space that we leased out before my time here. And we'd like to build out. So we have an upcoming conversation going on with the Young Family Ranch about the possibility of building our nursery out further. Yeah, so.
Lucetta sent a chat that says we need locally genetic material grown here
Yeah.
to prevent sudden oak death and other pathogens from coming into our county also.
Right.
And the
couldn't agree
last
more.
question is the proposal was for, you checked off multiple year. So if you
I
were to be,
did.
if you were to be
Yes.
offered half the funding, would that work for a year?
Yeah, I scaled it down quite a bit. It was a total ask, a subtotal before indirect cost was 26,000. With overhead, it was 32. So I brought it down to 14. With overhead, it'd be 18. That'd get us really far.
Okay.
$18,000 or 18,018 and 76 cents is what it worked out to.
Okay.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
just like to add that we definitely follow Phytophthora best management practices at our nursery, which are pretty rigorous, and that we have the county agriculture commissioner come in and test our soil and our plants.
Yeah,
So
great.
we strive for that quality material.
Good. Thank you, Katie. So the next one is another RCD project, which is Fire Safe Council outreach. Trinity County Fire Safe Council outreach, which is RCD. It's number 21 and 14. And I think the comment question from last time was just more detail describing budget items in column B and C.
C as well. Okay. I was only prepared for B, but I can wing it. All right. So looking
Yeah.
at B for G, that's our admin rate of 24.55%. The salaries, the $10,216.78, that would go to myself and Maya's time to implement the project. The $20,000 would be spent on blue dots, and then we have a little bit of wiggle room built in because we're either looking at buying native grass seeds or contracting to have native grass seeds, as they were just talking about, that it's hard to get native seed stock. And so either buying grass seeds or having a contract back with the Forest Service or another propagator to rear the grass seeds for us, to be able to provide those to landowners in emergency post-fire restoration projects. So then we're also looking at building folders to support distribution of welcome package to new homeowners that support all kinds of Firewise materials, and that would be provided throughout the whole entire county. We're also looking, so in the that's also going to provide mileage to travel to disperse those materials, as well as hold events and participate in community events. Then we're also we're interested in the opportunity to provide noxious weed-free straw to the landowners as well to help the seed be effective and propagate appropriately. So then into our indirect or partner costs, so our $50,000. So we were looking at spending $30,000 of that on the Big Red Truck program at a rate of $50. That gives us 60 inspections with 14 volunteer fire departments throughout the whole county. We would anticipate about 10 to 12 to participate, and that's about 50 or 60 inspections per VFD. We would then identify $10,000 that would be part of the Big Red Truck follow-up. And so we were interested in doing an additional $25 to follow up and see how many people that were previously inspected, if they actually did any improvements, and we got some pushback from that. And so our alternate idea was that we would fund volunteer fire departments similarly with this funding, and rather be using it for follow-ups, do neighborhood assessments. And so that's with the FireWise protocol, there's a checklist, and it essentially is going to look at the neighborhoods and identify how many different neighborhood groups have Class A roofing or have their defensible space. And so it's a different neighborhood assessment. So doing the inspection at private residences versus also doing the neighborhood wise inspections as well. And so the last one, the $10,000 was also built into potentially contract for the native grass seeds as well. So that's what we have built it as. Just as a brief history, the Trinity County Fire Safe Council has worked very well at the countywide level, and we're really working to reach the neighborhood and community level right now.
Okay, any other questions for Amelia on this? I guess it's multi-year, so could it be scaled to 1 year?
Yes, cut in half.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Ross.
So when you suggest that the homeowners do improvements, do you have any power that, I mean, have two, that what if they don't do the improvements? What if they don't remove the brush? Or what if they don't take down the trees?
So there actually is a Trinity County vegetation ordinance, which has recently been dusted off. So there's a lot of ongoing discussion around that ordinance right now and how it would be enforced, implemented. And so there's other things at play right now that I don't know are super relative.
Ross, that I would say that volunteer fire departments and the RCD want nothing to do with being cops and enforcers. So that part of it, it's, the whole idea of fire safe and fire wise is based on neighbor to neighbor peer pressure
And encouragement.
and encouragement.
And the Watershed Center and the RCD provide, and the Weaverville Volunteer Fire Department and Trinity Center Volunteer Fire Department, as long with Willow Creek, all provide various forms of community chipping or fuel reduction defensible space work at low to no cost to the landowners. Emphasis on a lot of no cost to the landowners to do the work.
Randy.
Just so you know, Trinity County has a fire safe ordinance. Federal government has enforcement. So does the state. Basically, nobody enforces any of it. And there are fines attached to just about any of it. Any volunteer fire company that is a tax district has the ability to pass regulations to enforce any of this. And it's still not done.
So stay tuned to the Board of Supervisors meeting tomorrow.
No, it's been there.
I had an inspector from the Forest Service come out to my property at Rush Creek, and he was from the fire camp, and he was wearing mirrored sunglasses and carrying a gun. And I didn't like his attitude. And I didn't like the fact that he had a gun and he had mirrors. I told him that I had a gun too. I would bring it tomorrow. And if he came back.
Okay, along those lines,
Okay,
I'd like to go ahead and
Ross.
keep moving. I hate to interrupt, but I would like to keep moving. It probably isn't the best
Okay,
use of
so
our.
Next project up is Trinity County High Priority High Noxious Weed Management.
Good evening. I'll just get right into the questions.
So it's number 22 and 6. Okay.
Okay.
And you,
Okay. So the question was, is it scalable and what would be the priority? It is scalable. We would prioritize the area of Mackenzie Gulch where there's a prevalent population of Scotch broom. Not only is it decreasing biodiversity and soil health, it's a major fire hazard for the surrounding communities. It's a very fire-prone area. It's in the Oregon fire footprint. So, and there's also a population of knapweed adjacent to that is isolated, and it's about a half an acre. So it would be feasible to eradicate, and we'd like to address that so it doesn't proliferate anywhere else, because as far as I know, that's the only population in the Weaverville area. And it's also close to the road. So we'd want to address that. And then and then also we would like to focus on if we can hit the populations of Dyerswood and Coffee Creek, we would focus on areas that are closer to the Trinity Alps Wilderness to keep it out of there, such as Coffee Creek Road, which is also close to where the river complex burned. So
close.
we want to keep it out of there as well. And then you also asked about making it 1 year, and we can also do that. We just won't get as much work done, but we would work with that with the intent to apply for the next round of funding.
Okay, so the scalable 1 year just divided by 2
Well, right now it says it's not a multi-year project.
does. Oh, it does. It says it's not a multi-year project, but would you
That
still
was,
take?
yeah, that was an error.
That was an error.
Yeah, it was 2 years, but yes, I would take the 1 year.
Okay, great. Any questions?
She also talked about scaling back the size of the project. What kind of cost difference is that to? Didn't you say?
The scaling down, not only half as much money, but would you also, how would that scale back your effort in that year?
Yeah, we would just cover less area. So we would focus on the priority areas first, and then if there's more time and money to go beyond that, then we would. But it wouldn't be difficult to scale it down.
Okay.
By size.
Based on what we do. So we would scale it and you would respond, sort of.
The action that would be taken would be scaled to that dollar amount.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next one, more RCD, Trinity River cleanup.
Okay, so more detail on the budget, salaries, materials, and other. So looking at G, that's our admin cost. I is salary, so that would be $10,000 over 2 years. So that's $5,000 per year. And so that $5,000 is going to fund myself, one other, and a member, at least 2 members of the crew to participate in the 12 hours of the day of, oh, sorry, it's project number 23 in the book.
Oh, I
I
should have
don't
said
have
that.
what number it is because my computer died. 15, sorry. So then for 12 hours on the day of the event, 5 hours the day before, and then 10 hours the day after. That's because there's a lot of after cleanup that nobody ever sees. So there's a lot of like cutting the pipe to the right size for the dump to take. There's a lot of organizing and sorting the metals and all that kind of stuff that has to take place. And then there's also funding for pre-planning. So historically, this has been a Forest Service held event that used to be held down in Big Bar, but due to diminishing capacity, this has dwindled and gone away. And so the proposal that there was a partnership between the RCD and the Forest Service when I was previously a Forest Service employee that revived this. And so again, that position that I previously had is vacant, and so we're losing capacity again. And so I want to keep this alive. I think it's a brilliant project. So then going into the materials and supplies, so $4,000, you cut that in half, and $2,000, that's paying for our equipment, that's our our trucks, that's paying for the rental of our trailer, which we use every day. It's paying for the printing of signs. It's paying for any of the food. We used to provide food, so it's paying for if we want to go back to having a barbecue event, which was a really big hit. It brought in a lot of options there, and actually had a lot of participation. Sorry, lots of notes on my little piece of paper here. Press releases is paying for the advertisements. There's a lot of stuff going in there. The annual contributions from the Forest Service and BLM and BOR. So I approximately put together $3,612 in annual participation from the BLM, $1,362 from the Forest Service, $862 from the BOR. There's also an additional $1,000 to $2,000 of BOR time that is funded for our employees, specifically at the Trinity County Resource Conservation District from the Trinity River Restoration Program. So it's not that the BOR doesn't care or that TRP doesn't participate. It's not their event, and it hasn't been their event. They are happy to partner and be there at the table, but it's not historically an event that they have held. In the past, it's been held near Coastal Cleanup in September and also near Public Lands Day. We're looking to move it up this year so that we can have more participation from our federal partners in June so that we don't lose them all to wildfires.
That sounds pretty good.
Sorry, anything else? Scalable, yes, cut it in half.
Now I am feeling guilty about having Josh here when I realize that every single project that's left is an RCD project, except the very last one. So one of the learning things here is pick titles that don't begin with W.
All of mine next year are alpha phase, just so you know.
So why don't we do, Josh, why don't we do this? Because you got to get home and do honeydews. Number 29, which is number 22. I think we've talked about some of this already, which was the concern about the overlapping with
Correct.
Ascend Wilderness, but I think there's also trails. It describes trail work in the Weaverville Basin Trail System. And are there overlaps with the trail proposals that the RCD has in the same?
No overlap. The RCD, I think the confusion comes from that they both talk about the new NEPA that the Forest Service has done. Predominantly, the majority of this money is going towards Ewing Reservoir trails, and Hay Fork. And then there's a certain amount of it that's going towards new trails in Weaverville. So there's sweepstakes and LaGrange extension. And then there are a couple of big reroutes that we need equipment to do a better job of. So there's basically unsustainable sections of the main existing trail that are going to be upgraded with our Tom Evans and probably in partnership with the Reading Trail Alliance.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a reason why the Weaverville Community Forest Steering Committee was left off the list of partners or collaborators?
Just not good partners. I'm sorry. No, I think we just missed a couple. There's even more in here, I think. So then even beyond the Weaverville Community
Anybody
Forest.
thought it wasn't a good project? So the other question is, you put it in for multi-year. Is it scalable to a single year?
This one's, it's always scalable, but these are very specific for specific sections of trail.
But
So
can you pick ones that you would do this year and then ask for money for others next year? It seems like that's how
Yeah.
you would scale it.
yeah, we could figure out a way to do that. It's not the easiest one to do that. We definitely can. I would have to spend some time talking to Tom and the Forest Service, Mike and Sally, to figure out which ones would be the priorities.
Well, wouldn't you be doing that anyway if it was a 2-year project? You'd be doing some this year and some next year.
You know, yeah, absolutely. We'd be prioritizing. We're hoping that most of this would be a 1 year. Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Okay,
We're just wondering.
Yeah.
Amelia.
Would you be using any contractors that having them come up one time for one hit would be better than splitting it across 2 years?
Absolutely. Yeah. So any of the heavy equipment work. So we're talking about a little mini excavator and a mini dozer. And so those are both owned by the Reading Trail Alliance. So yeah, we have a subcontract with them. Sometimes our staff just run it themselves. Sometimes Reading Trail Alliance staff runs it. So it's nice to come up for chunks of time and bite off big chunks of trail. Plus the transporting these, way out to some trail is the biggest concern. So we definitely need to hit trails all at once if we can. I don't know if that answers the question. Okay.
Yeah, it's tough to divide it in half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So it's not scalable?
It is scalable, but I don't know how to give you a good, it would take me some time to look at the budget and figure out which pieces could be cut efficiently.
You're probably going to have until early December to figure that out, because we're not probably going to get to a vote today, I don't think.
Okay. If you want, I can go back and
sharpen the old
talk to the
pencil, as they
crews.
say, or,
Yeah.
see how it is scalable and what makes the most sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. And I just don't know enough about this. Our trails folks will have to. wait.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thanks.
Cool.
You can stick around to listen to us grill the RCD if you want.
I am gonna head out. Thank you all for your time.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Nothing, not about this.
Thanks for sharing your
Did you get your newest equip? That's the other thing I was gonna
What's that?
ask. No, your equip work. Okay, so
Thank you, Josh.
Weaver Basin Trail Systems stuff, number 24 and 16, is it?
Hi, everybody.
You're the only person that provided the complete NEPA document.
Well, I thought it was important to make it all clear there. So I guess to hit on the questions that you sent to me, Pat, more detail on the budget. By and large, most of what will go into this particular effort is going to be done by our own on-staff crews. There is some additional funding that we had received that is cash match in this particular case with this project for doing same types of work. I wasn't sure, I guess in my estimation, I wasn't sure that there was a need to break it down any more than this.
Not
although-
probably salaries, but as we've asked some other projects, like the materials and supplies.
So as I described in the actual narrative, one of the main things that we would like to have done would be to put up a new permanent kiosk at the Mackenzie Gulch Trail head, and this project would focus most of its attention, as is shown in the, I guess it would be the second map. There's a detail for Junkins Ditch, and so the Junkins Ditch and the extension of the Howe Ditch on the east side of Jackass Ridge are two newly adopted system trails that were previously user trails and need a fair bit of work. And as Josh had sort of discussed, there were bits and pieces of various trails in the system that need to be brought up to sort of the system standard. And while theirs is a little more generalized and they have some specific work, they have some specific sort of reroutes and locations. This is mostly to address the bulk of this work is going to be done on the those two trails with some basic maintenance. The Mackenzie Gulch Trail is part of the LaGrange Classic, and it's fairly overgrown. It's in the 3 Oregon fire burn footprints. And so a lot of what is there currently is you know, overgrowth that's, you know, approaching 8 to 10 feet tall. And so
we were talking about supplies, you kind of.
right. So that
Here
particular
are
trail
supplies.
is a very utilized trail, and I've had requests from people that in the community and trail system users that they'd like to see a kiosk, a proper kiosk at the trailhead for Mackenzie Gulch. So
Okay.
the bulk of the materials and supplies would be for getting that kiosk built to the same standard as we see in the other primary trailheads
Okay.
around the
That-
basin.
That explains it. So,
And then you know, we have discussed with Trinity Trail Alliance and members of the Trinity Trail Alliance to sort of what some of those priorities are and where they should be. But I talked with Mike McFadden and went on a nice hike with him earlier this season, earlier in the spring rather, to discuss like sort of what the priorities along those two, the Junkins Ditch Trail, what will become the Junkins Ditch Trail, and the Upper Howe, as some people call it, ditch. So I'd like to focus on those two segments of trail because they're actually actively being utilized by the equestrian event that happens around 4th of July. They're being used by some of the running events that the Cormeyers sort of spearhead, and a lot of bicyclists. So that's why I'd like those ones. We're going to focus on those ones to bring those ones up to speed.
okay.
They also,
So-
and on top of all that, we also would like to get all the mapping updated to reflect all the new trails that are being built, the new reroutes, where you know where the trails should be sitting, getting all the naming conventions together so that we can
Yeah,
actually do online, you know,
I think we
accurate.
understand.
We read the project, yeah.
I think we understand that piece of it, Kelly.
All right.
So it's we put in for multi-year. What
I
is the
put
scalability?
Like Josh, it could be, but would be more difficult to do it that way, I think. We would probably want to get all the mapping work done essentially prior to the LaGrange Classic mountain bike race in June. So that's, of that 80,000, about 10 of it would go into the mapping and stored mapping and the production of some mapping, like hard copy mapping. And one of the novel things that we felt was a really good suggestion from Ross was to do like handkerchiefs with the maps printed on them, so you can fold them up actually and use them over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So we would want to get all that stuff done by June. The trails, we, like I said, would be using our own crews by and large to do most of the tread work, as well as a couple of volunteer days.
So is there a $40,000 project that you could come up with?
It would be better if it was more like 60 at a minimum.
Okay.
Because the bulk, like I said, you know,
Okay.
if I was to focus on, say, one of the two, like either the Howdish extension, we could do that one year and then do Junkins the next. I'd probably start on Junkins, but I don't know.
Okay. We just want to know if it's how scalable it is.
I wouldn't call it quite half. I would say
Okay.
60 would probably be the most useful if it was going to go down.
Okay. Kelly. Okay. So next thing up was the Beaver Dam analog.
So again, more explanation of the budget. And so looking at our field work sites and budget. So off the top, I'll say yes, scalable. We're looking at 50-50. So 50 for the Weaverville Community Forest or 50 for the North Lake. The one thing is that if you only fund one half, there's match for the North Lake, there's not match for the Weaverville Community Forest. So that's
So you have matching money for the North Lake.
matching funds in hand for the North Lake, no matching funds for the Weaverville Community Forest. With that, so those funds are from the Department of Conservation state funding. So the breakdown for everything else, so the field work, the surveys, the NEPA, the permit acquisition and the engineering, that would all go out in a package in a request for proposals, which would go to many of our local contractors for like the Yurok tribe or SHN or any of our other local NEPA and CEQA to do that work. So then it really just comes down to in-house salaries and the indirect costs. And so that's coming down to my participation and coordination
So
of the
I
project.
think the question there, and I think it might have been me, was that you've got the, what we've been understanding to be your indirect costs in G, and we weren't sure what the other indirect cost of $3,000 was in L.
I believe that I just used that inappropriately, but that was to cover mileage and any other materials and supplies needed to advocate for
belongs in
any
the-
community meetings.
Belongs in material and supplies instead.
Yes.
I think that covers the question about indirect.
Okay.
So scalable to 50%.
Yep.
Carol, do you have a question? No. Anybody else?
Or is it just half the project?
I think it's just
Half the project.
Half the
half the
project.
project.
One instead of two.
Right.
So is it just?
So if match is not required, then it wouldn't matter. But if match is required, then that's where we would currently have match. If you fund one half, if you fund the Weaverville Community Forest, then I go and find match.
But
But who knows if I'll get it in time.
so the match thing is that same weird, the RAC doesn't require match, but how you get the money,
Yeah,
the agreement that you use to get the money might require match. So
yeah,
I think for you to figure out.
yep. Happy to figure it out.
So number 27, Weaverville Summer Day Camp, which is number 10 in the digital world.
What about
How
26?
about
Oops.
community forest stewardship?
Sorry, one more second, Maya.
Well, yeah, just
Okay,
community forest stewardship. I'm correct. You're corrected.
Number 11 then?
Number, yeah, 26 or 11.
Okay, so specifically you asked about row L, and so we were looking at providing incentives to have different groups come in, and so looking at contracting. So maybe that should have been moved up into the to a different line item, but we put it all into the partner indirect costs. That's where we put our contracting. So it would be contracting with other events and organizations to come up and utilize the Weaverville Community Forest, and also including potentially using this funding to rent out East Weaver Campground to, if it was not available, to be comped, to bring in trainings such as first aid trainings and other organizations up into the Weaverville Community Forest, which would hopefully perpetuate a future continual use within the community's forest. We also were interested in looking at using contractors to potentially design a challenge similar to the waterfall hike in a way that we don't need to modify our existing signage throughout the community forest. So we wouldn't need to do NEPA. We would add on to existing signage and working to promote and encourage people to complete that little challenge. In hindsight, I probably would have had more in regular salaries and less in the partner and indirect, but that was an oversight in my building this budget. And so onto the column A was a question during our meeting, and that we would anticipate having some input from the Special Uses Department, from the Forest Service, BLM and BOR, and the Forest Service all contribute to events within the Weaverville Community Forest. And so that answers your question too. So historically, BLM has funded the Weaverville Community Forest stewardship for many years. And the Forest Service has not contributed very much to the stewardship and organization, including the Weaverville Community Forest Steering Committee organization. And so this would help supplement and offset a little bit of that.
So 15,000 in salaries, who would that be?
That would be Maya and myself to do education and outreach events, help coordinate them, promote them, work on getting more buy-in and more events going on within the Weaverville Community Forest, working on neighborhood cleanups and that kind of stuff over in the Mill Street. We really want to try to drive things, but also work on developing future projects, working on resolving issues and help build a future.
Okay. Scalable?
Yeah, so we had it built as a 2-year project, but we're happy to scale it back if there's prongs that you're not interested in funding. That's totally understandable. But for a base, so we had planned for 2 years, so an easy split is right down the middle.
Okay. And at that point, when you have to redo the budget page, you can monkey with the salaries and stuff too.
Okay.
Okay, any questions? Now, number 27, Weaverville Summer Day Camp.
Thank you, Maya. She sat in for the whole meeting.
Thanks for hanging in there. Happy to close out the session.
Almost.
Almost? I'm not the
Yeah,
last
I
one.
guess you are closing it out. Okay, go for it.
Dog decided right now is a good time to squeak the toys. So there were questions about the budget also. The first being lack of additional funders. So summer camp is funded by a number of different entities. In column A, I apologize for the oversight on that one in our budget. In column A, our federal contributions mostly come from Bureau of Reclamation, the restoration program. Sorry. And for 2 years between the restoration program and Forest Service and BLM, that's about $14,000 in contribution. Most of that is in-kind contribution, presenters coming to camp, also materials and salaries from the TRRP.
What was that number?
And then in column
Could
B-
you it was a little fast. I think some of us just missed what you just said.
Okay. So yeah, our federal contribution, mostly from the Bureau of Reclamation, the restoration program. And those funds are mostly for materials and salaries. And then also there's Forest Service and BLM and Bureau of Reclamation in-kind contributions, which is presenters coming to camp and doing different activities for campers. So in total, that's $14,000 over 2 years.
Okay.
And
Great.
then in column C, other contributions, primarily that is donations, other grants, and in-kind contributions, the Young Family Ranch, as well as our registration fees. Those cover salaries, materials and supplies, indirect costs, or item L, and for a total over 2 years, approximately $22,000.
So Maya, one of my questions last time was, why isn't there any money in materials and supplies? You don't have any money there.
That was, well, we aren't requesting funds for materials and supplies from the RAC. That would be covered under our federal and other contributions in columns A and C. Most of our materials.
You just accidentally didn't include that, right?
Yeah, so again, I apologize for that.
No,
but,
that's
We
okay.
didn't fill in columns A or C in our original budget in the proposal.
Okay. Any other questions for Maya? Thank you for holding on for 4 hours, but so have we. Anybody, anything else? So it's scalable. The proposal was for 2 years. You could do 1 year.
Yeah, it's easily scalable, right down the middle.
Okay. Well, sports fans, that's all of them. So now what? So has anybody been keeping tabs? I'm looking at somebody.
Arnold, I started, but my computer died.
Arnold.
I haven't been keeping precise tabs, but I would like to ask a question that we can be thinking about is, you were so dogged about scaling back everyone. It seems possible that we might come up with a package that doesn't use all the money next month. And so is it carryoverable till next year since it's refunded? Must it all be obligated by September 30, or it goes back to the Treasury, or what?
Well, we don't have to cut it all. So if there's projects,
Back, I suppose, too.
Right, once we see
Yeah, I
certainly
think
some
that-
projects that could be.
I'm saying
Answer
what? So-
Tara can answer your question.
Yeah, so I think what Pat was doing was just giving us some flexibilities in all the proposals. It doesn't mean that when he asked if they could be scaled back, it didn't mean that we would scale them all back. but just
I'm
as
not
we
assuming that. I'm just asking, do we have to spend all the money next month?
I think that would be in our best interest is to go ahead and allocate those funds. I mean, take the stuff for the facilitation off the top. And then we have this long list of great proposals. And I think to take a look and kind of spread that money down across these projects is pretty much the whole, that's our end goal. We don't want to carry over any money, or we're going to, in my mind, or we're going to end up with the exact same problem next year, right? Each year now we've got this infrastructure bill kind of dialed in. It's a good problem to have. We're gonna be looking at new projects, new proposals. So, and that's something we can talk about as we spread the money kind of down the list and see where we are. But and we found out tonight there's a possibility that some people may need to turn their extra money back into us. So I think the goal is to fund as much of this good work as we possibly can. Pat, did I explain that appropriately?
Yeah, and I'm actually running the numbers on. No, because you asked me a question in the middle and I was all down to number 22. I
I'm
screwed
so
it
sorry.
up.
My fault.
No, that's not. I should have just waited. I think that Arnold has I think we're gonna, if we go with those halves all the way down the line, we're gonna come in way shorter than we need. Though I guess there are a couple of projects that we talked about at the very beginning that I'm not unclear as to whether we want to fund in part or if at all. And that would be the county road for 195,000 and the 5 Cs road, storm-related road maintenance.
The first two we looked at.
Yes.
That, because they add up to over 300,000 if you fund them completely. If you don't fund them at all, you almost get to where we find everybody else. Close to half.
Right, so Pat, I think we wanted to kind of talk about kind of the leveling and some of the amounts kind of in a meeting with just the committee, and we can have a spreadsheet where we work down, the 2 pluses, to use committee language, and watch start with the full number that's available at the top, put the 2 pluses in and watch the number, kind of the spreadsheet will spread it down. Everyone will be able to see the money as we're working through the proposals and see kind of where we are, and we can make adjustments in real time on that spreadsheet. Were you hoping tonight to get to that allocation of the funds, or I was thinking that would be a separate meeting? I can see I'm with you, but Pat's a doer. He likes to dig in and get it done till it's done. So I wanted to
Pat
ask
thinks
you
about the
know,
fact that mid-December, we may be trying to get to a meeting in the snow, but no, I was not expecting to get there today.
Well, I think there were some good points for all of us to take away today, especially with those two county ones. I think there were pros and cons on both sides. that
Yeah, no,
Were
but-
well discussed.
I get, I mean, I know how busy you guys are. I don't know that I was expecting you to work up scenarios for us.
Are you talking to
I
me?
mean, yeah,
I think that LeJean and I were, I had asked him, you know, I think that we could work through it, Pat, if we give you a tool and maybe we could, the three of us could meet and show you kind of what the tool could look like and how the group could, you know, hit your 2As, get them on the list and then kind of work your way down. I think the next meeting to fund the request could go pretty quickly because I won't be able to see the numbers kind of and the money getting distributed and your, you know, your, what's the opposite of the 2 pluses? I don't know if we had any 2 minuses, maybe a minus. Those would kind of come in at the bottom and you can see, you know, well, do we want to even fund the minus or would we rather put money back up into one of the pluses? And I think we can work through a process that'll make that really go pretty slick for everybody and everyone will be able to see it in real time.
Bob.
Do we know if the infrastructure bill will negate us needing to even do the 2 county road projects or not, wouldn't be in time or?
I would say from what I've heard on in my little piece of the world, for like for instance, when he talked about just doing the environmental piece and the work on the ground, that may position us to be successful. Well, actually, that's a county road, so that would be county money that benefits the Forest Service. So I don't know if in that example, if that helps, if the infrastructure bill would help that at all, actually.
I don't think we'll know all the details by December of what the infrastructure bill has for us or doesn't have for us.
And I think your plan, Pat, to do the 1-year look so that some of that stuff will kind of shake its way out, will leave us all some of that flexibility for that additional funding coming in later.
So just to give people something to think about, I kind of ran a scenario before I came here, just thinking in my head based on the November 8th discussion, which, you know, certainly has changed. You know, I think we heard a lot more today, but going down the path of the projects that got the minuses versus the double pluses and ones that were single pluses. I had looked at projects that it seemed to me that were potentially not going to get a quorum of yeses, which was the Coffee Creek Road, the county roads, the Lassick Lupin project, and the Bluebird one. And I don't know that that's accurate anymore, but when I added up not funding those, okay, it's just the worst case scenario for them, that adds up to $429,000 of the 500 and some, you know. And then if we I just reduced a few projects that I thought were reducible, keeping everything else at full funding, like all the trail projects, all the summer camps and all that kind of stuff at full funding. So the 4 that I reduced Guy Covington by 25,000 because I just didn't seem to me the $6,000 an acre was going to get it, but he made some pretty good arguments. I reduced the Beaver Dam project by 50% because we kind of talked about that last time. I reduced the West Weaver diversion by 50% to 50,000. And because I thought there was a lot of overlap that now I know is not true, I reduced the West Side Trails in half to 53,000. And that gave us another subtotal of 178, which took my reductions to $607,000, which is more than we needed to save. So, you know, I don't think it's a big jump for us to get to where we want to be.
Did you include the
the costs of, what do you call it, the operational costs?
25,000 for the facilitation, the 25,000 for the
No,
facilitation. is what you're
I
talking
did
about?
not. I did not. I didn't.
I would like to have a meeting where we all can look at the numbers and do the comparison. I mean,
So for the group, and Pat, with your, and Lejean, I'll get to you just 1 second. So I think we all have some good notes for which ones were flexible, which ones weren't. We understand that some of the proposals that talked about going from 2 years to 1 year, that may make it more difficult for them to plan for that second year. So we kind of see what we're up against. I think we can all kind of get our 2 pluses or our no-brainers, for lack of a better word, the ones that are really gonna, kind of sail through the process. I really think, I agree with Pat, I think we could be through the actual, funding or allocating or recommending piece of the puzzle within a pretty quick amount of time in our next meeting.
Okay.
And I think if everyone just takes some notes, look at what we went over tonight, come to the meeting ready to go. And I think we could get through it really quickly. Now, Pat is also 100% right that we run the risk of some weather, and it's going to be incredibly important that we have a quorum next meeting. So, Lejean, do we only have 1 meeting on our agenda in December? I mean, if it snows that day, are we going to be in big trouble? Because if it snows, we don't have great internet either. Okay, so that's good to know.
Carol.
So one thing, when we're talking about, maybe cutting some projects in half and making them come back next year, my priority, or one thing to consider, would be agencies that have agreements with the Forest Service where they're just amending that agreement versus ones where they have to start from scratch and go through contracts. And, those guys, maybe those are the ones that get 2 years, just because the Forest Service isn't going to want to keep going, for these little tiny ones to Pine Cove and whatever, Ascend.
Well, the other thing to think about, Carol, you bring up a great point to factor that in, because if we already have an agreement and all we have to do is modify the agreement, that's a much lighter lift on our
Every
grant
year.
agreements folks. So that would probably go quicker and not leave us hung up so much. Lejean, what did you have to say, bud? That's a great point, Carol. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out that we're getting into an area where we're kind of debating how we're going to go about the vote, but we don't have a quorum, so we can't make a decision on how to do the vote. I think if we hold off, yes, there's some questions as to whether the next meeting is going to happen based off of storm activity we don't know about. But yeah, we only have 1 meeting scheduled in December, and that's because of the holiday season. Unfortunately, we didn't plan on a second meeting early on.
I think I'm optimistic.
So if that meeting, I think everyone should just, if you can't get there in person, just be ready to use Zoom. I do agree with Tara. I think we can definitely review, discuss, and then vote on the projects to get those the funding allocated on the projects that you guys want. I already put together an Excel sheet. I'm going to send that out to you, the committee, right now. What it does is have the proposal number based off of the electronic version, not the paper version, but as the proposal number, the proposal title, it has the amount of money requested, the approved funding column. So you can enter any amount of money you want in the approved column, and you can watch the number change on the top. So you can see how much is remaining, how much is allocated based off of that. So you can play around with those numbers. And then it has the rank established before this meeting. So I don't know what.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Lejean.
Okay, I'll leave it there, Tara.
No, that's a great idea. Lejean, I would ask that you would resend your email with the spreadsheet. It has a crosswalk so the folks that have the binder can find the name and get back to the electronic number. So we all kind of know, just send that out with the spreadsheet. And then Pat, why don't I set up, we'll have a backup plan that's really old school, that's like a conference call line, just in case internet's out, weather's bad. We'll see if maybe we could figure something out on a conference call, and I'll double check on our end to make sure that meets all of our legal requirements for a meeting, but we'll have as like an emergency backup plan so that we can keep this moving and get a quorum and keep it moving. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, Zoom has
You
a
can just
call in
use-
line.
People can just call in on Zoom.
Right.
Use the phone number from Zoom.
I've done that.
Perfect, okay.
We don't
Then
need a
that'll be our
second.
backup.
Bob, and then
Phone
Would
number.
would it be prudent, LaJean, to schedule a meeting in January, 45 days? Is that what the Federal Register notice requirement is, just in case?
Yeah, I was going to stick to our normal pre-holiday season schedule of, I believe, the second and fourth Monday of the month.
yeah, that's because we may even know a little bit more about the next year's allocation by then. Who knows? So I had
Pat, should we, you want to give me your closing stuff and let's kick these nice folks loose to get their lives
yeah.
back?
So I had just, I just curious, as people are putting together their thoughts on those, particularly those road projects, and whether you're interested in funding that, at least conceptually interested in funding them in part or in whole, or are we, just where just generally are people leaning?
Have we lost Arnold? I'd like his input on that question.
I'm willing to at least look at the design part of the Coffee Creek Road, at least.
Oh, there he is.
Homework. There's Arnold.
There's Arnold.
So, Pat, we actually don't have very many committee members left. I'm looking at the, so most everybody is pretty much gone at this point.
If we're here.
Yeah, but it was just to get a sense of who is here. I realize, I'm just curious if people had, and I'm hearing at least people want to consider them.
Okay.
But not everybody wants to consider them. And then my last thing was, I wanted to thank Jill for being here again. All the way. I mean, she's got a Board of Supervisors meeting that starts at 9. Maybe she just brought a sleeping bag.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank her in particular. I think that's it, unless anybody else has anything.
Absolutely want to say thank you all for all of your time. And with that, I will say the meeting is adjourned, and you folks all have a wonderful evening, what's left of it. And go get your lives back. And we'll do this again in December.
LaJean, you can have the rest of the night off, but somebody had asked Arnold if he had a question. He had a response. Arnold.
Good night.
I'm still thinking no county roads.
No county roads.
Thanks, Arnold. I was curious.
13th.